The one that always be with me.
Okay. Is that the little D you referenced as your son?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember where you picked little D up? Where did you pick little D up at?
I McDonald's.
Okay. Where was the McDonald's?
On Cleveland Avenue.
And when you got to the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue, was there anyone else with little D?
Just him and Shannon.
Anyone else?
Just him and Shannon.
When you picked up little D, what did Shannon do?
What you mean?
You said you picked little D up. Did you also pick up Shannon?
I say I picked up both of them.
Okay.
That what you mean line.
And when you picked up both of them,
What you mean? But psychologically, you know, it's kind of heavy because it forces her to continue to reframe and change.
where did you all go?
You know, so
I blinked out after that.
it's really
You
a
like
tool.
that after that. Okay.
And whether he understands how deep it can be is different.
Why did you
It's
like
like
that?
calling objection. You know, you
Because they were saying that I got phone calls saying that I did something.
What you mean? You know,
Do you remember who called you?
rephrase.
Yeah.
Who?
Moonton.
And do you recall how he called you? Did he call you on FaceTime? Did he call you on the phone?
I didn't know he said, he asked me what I got going on, or if I heard what happened, or I don't know what he said. I just know he said that, you know what I mean, people saying that I killed Nut, and he would call it.
Now let me ask you this: did you kill that? Did you kill that?
No.
Now, when Mooksul called you, was both Shannon and Little D in the car when Mooksul called you?
Huh?
Was Shannon and Little D in the car when Mooksul called you?
I think so.
Now, before Mooksul called you, did you, Shannon and Little D, have any conversations about Nut being killed?
No.
Now, after you got on the phone with Mooksul, did you, Shannon and Little D, go anywhere?
Huh?
You said you were on the phone with Mooksul in the
I
car.
blinked out. Like, I know I end up in a whole lot of places. Every time I looked around, I was somewhere different.
Later that evening, did you, as we talked earlier, go to the police department?
No.
The night that you learned about Nut's death, and Mooksul called you,
Mm-hmm.
at some point, did you ever go to the police department?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, you say ask and answer?
Correct.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
On the morning of January 11th, did you ever speak with police?
Yeah, same question.
Overruled, sir.
Say that again.
On the morning of January 11th, did you ever speak with police about Nut being killed?
Yeah, the police called me.
And did you go to the police department?
Same objection.
Overruled, sir.
They called you, did you go to the police department, speak to the police?
Yeah, I think.
How did you get to the police department?
I got dropped off.
By who?
I think Moonton dropped me off. I ain't for sure. I can't recall.
You can't recall.
But I think this who dropped me off. I just remember my brother and them let me down there. I think that night.
Now, Mr. Copeland, today being June 13, 2024, prior to today, had you ever, I want to make sure I understand, told police that Little D and Shannon got into your vehicle?
Objection to leading.
I'll sustain the objection.
Is today the first time that you told police or to anyone?
Which day?
Today, June 13th.
Okay.
It's your country. Yesterday, did you tell me and my colleagues that Shannon and
Objection to
Little?
leading.
Bronner, this is
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
yesterday, did you tell myself and my colleagues, Ms. Love and others, about Little D and Shannon being in your vehicle the night on the road?
Huh?
Yesterday, did you tell myself, Ms. Love, and a few of my other colleagues that Little D and Shannon were in the car with you the night of the murder of Donna Thomas?
I told you and them that what I told investigators in June, when Nut got killed, something different because I was trying to finesse my way out of a situation. So I said,
Boom.
I picked up D and Shannon.
Finesse myself.
D never
out.
told me nothing. I made it up to clear myself up.
Ooh-wee.
And that's it.
And was that yesterday that you said that? Did you tell us that yesterday, what you just said?
You asked me to be truthful. And I didn't, and I told you. What I told the investigator back then wasn't me being truthful. So I'm telling you something that I didn't tell them because I ain't trying to go back to jail.
I got it.
I'm
What I asked you
trying
was
to
yesterday.
Put a pin in that, y'all. Put a pin in
First
that.
time you said this
Told you
part,
that.
and now what you're
I'm not
saying
trying to go
today
back to
is
jail.
what is truthful. What you're saying right now, what you're trying to tell the jury right now, is what you are now saying is truthful.
What I'm trying to tell you is our conversation was about something that I said in the past.
I understand. I'm asking
And
you.
ask that Mr. Copeland allowed to finish his.
Okay, all right.
I'll tell you what's up.
Mr. Copeland, you need to finish your answers.
No, I need a break, Your Honor.
Defense,
Say again?
defense
I need a
won't
break.
Let him talk. Defense let him say, let him
you
talk.
need his
Let him
restroom?
talk.
No, I need a break. Like,
Ooh-wee.
I need a break.
It's thick, y'all. It's thick, y'all.
Sir, it's not time
There's
for us
some
to
real
take a break at this
stuff
point.
Well, okay.
Okay? I mean, unless you need to go to the bathroom or some other reason, we're not gonna break
He's
at this
under
point in
pressure.
time.
He's under pressure, y'all. I can try to say what
You
y'all
need to
want
go
to say and I can go home. But you asking for some truth. I'm just trying to go home. Now you ask me if what I told you is the truth. What I told you was I'm trying to go home. And we trying to cut this deal. A deal that already been cut, real talk.
Was yesterday the first time that you
Press on.
told?
Got to press on.
I asked Mr. Copeland to finish his answer if he was still.
I don't think he's finished. I think he's finished, Mr. Steele. So I'll overrule that objection.
Oh, man.
Was yesterday the first time that you told anyone from the state that what you said back in January of 2015 was a lie? And that you were trying to finesse your way out of what you told them back in January of 2015?
I told that to the investigators when they was questioning me at a certain point.
What investigators?
Y'all questioned me so many times, I don't know.
Back in 2015, did you go to the police again on January 11, 2015?
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you also go to the police on January 28, 2015?
I don't know no dates, but if you know that if I went to you could just see it.
Did you also go and speak with the police on February 20th, 2015?
If that's what it say.
And what about on February 21st, 2015?
If that's what it say,
And then what about on June 10th, 2015?
if that's what it say,
Let me ask you this. In your interview on January 11th, 2015, do you recall your girlfriend's mother's home being shot up?
was it?
Do you recall it? I'm asking, do you recall her mother's home being shot up that night after Nut was killed?
I don't know if it was the same night or the next night.
Do you also recall that the stepbaby's house was shot up that same evening?
I will object it.
Basis.
Meeting here.
I'll sustain this to form. You can rephrase me now.
Was Young Thug's stepbaby's house shot up the night that Nut
I don't know.
got killed? When you went to the police station on January 11, 2015, did you go there on your own?
No,
Did the police come and get you to go to the police station, or did someone drop you off lonesome?
they,
Didn't ask me.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Did you voluntarily go down to the police station that night?
no, I didn't volunteer. He called me.
And did he tell you you had to come down there, or did you decide to go down there yourself?
Well, he told me to come down there, and people told me to go down there because
No, you're on.
Is there an objection, sir? And just state what it is.
Nothing. Still talking.
Okay, let me see if he's finished his response.
Were you
Mr. Copeland, are you finished? Or do you need to say something else to complete that last question you were asked?
yeah, I was just gonna say that I was told to go down there and speak with the police.
Okay, all right.
Do you recall in 2015 telling law enforcement officers that you were calling to get advice on whether or not you should go down and speak to the police because your name was coming up in the murder?
Can you say the first part again?
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe in his January 11, 2015 interview that you were calling around getting advice to decide whether or not you should come down to the police department because people were putting your name in the murder?
I don't know. I know when he called me, didn't know what to do, so that's why I was told to go down there. Because,
No problem, finish.
yeah, I'm finished.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe the same January 11, 2015 interview that people told you not to go down there and to wait until the police called you? But you wanted to come down so you could clear your name.
He said, did I tell him that?
Yes.
I guess.
In that January 11, 2015 interview, was Thug in that interview with you?
Huh?
When you went to go speak with Detective Thorpe on January 11, 2015, was Thug in that interview with you?
You're on.
What you?
Basis. Okay. Mr. Copeland, can you step outside for just a second? Ladies and gentlemen, jury, can I get you to step in your headquarters just for a minute, please?
There's a lot of thick stuff happening right now. You know, my man Woody is not doing what the DA is going to do. He's not saying what they want him to say, and he's tottering on some sensitive information. And you know, that's why you're seeing the cutting off of the answers and still like, yo, let him finish. Let my man finish. Yeah, because now you want to talk. You know, they said, hey, he's slipping into some darkness. Let that boy talk. You feel me? So this is interesting. And you notice that even Sister Love, she was, you know, coaching.
All right, counsels, please be
trying to
seated.
help
Our jury has left us and Mr. Copeland has left us. Mr. Seal, what's your motion, sir? Can you come to the podium, please, sir?
Yeah, come on up so we can hear you better. Come back there. It's hard to hear these cats. He asked me to come on up. That's good. You'll be able to hear it clear.
My motion is that there is a 24-4-403 comment on pre-arrest silence under ORR versus state. I believe it's a 2019 case, but I'll get you the site if it's not. If you put in or and Mallory.
I'm familiar with or. I'll look it up, sir.
And Mallory's Mallory. What the state did is they set up a series of questions, repeating the question that Mr. Copeland gets a call from a Detective Thorpe on January 11, 2015, morning hours, telling him, according to Mr. Copeland, that he needs to come down to the police department. Mr. Copeland is reaching out to people allegedly saying whether I come or not. He spoke with people who said, go down to the police department. The state then, for some reason, immediately says, well, did Jeffrey Williams come? That's after the state elicits, it's non-answered because the witness said he doesn't know, that Jeffrey Williams' stepfather's house is supposedly shot up that night. When you put that together, it is a clear indication that Jeffrey Williams should have, if he's involved since his stepfather's house is being shot up, then he's being accused and he should go down to the police and talk to them as well. There's no basis for that. The state knows that Jeffrey Williams wasn't called by the police, wasn't asked to come down and speak. Why in the world would any prosecutor anywhere in this nation at any time ask a witness whether Jeffrey Williams was there? Nobody would say he was there. Nobody asked him to come. All it does is plants improperly in the mind of the jury Jeffrey Williams was not bold like a lion, like Mr. Copeland, and go face the police that night. I'm moving for a minute.
Still state, yo. He's on it. He's on it.
State.
There are a lot of gaps, popping up. And this is what that money gets you. Get you somebody that can put
Just give me the site for or if you can find it, please. What year was it decided?
Probably
know
2016, maybe 19.
We're pushing, but here's the thing, you pushing.
It's or versus state,
listening, and they got the skills.
It's state versus war. It came from the Court of Appeals in Georgia up to the Supreme Court of Georgia. And reversed our previous demarcation where the state cannot comment on pre-arrest silence. Two is whether it is too prejudicial versus probative. And here there's zero probative value because the true evidence is that Mr. Williams is innocent of any charge, never asked by the police to come down, and didn't have a reason to go down to, quote, clear his name. So now the jurors are left with the unbelievable impression that somehow Jeffrey Williams should have gone to the police department but didn't, and he hid behind Mr. Copeland. It's just outrageous. I mean, to me, that is, I've tried so many cases, this is just wrong. And the state inquires of this witness, knowing, no matter what the witness said, it's just, nobody's going to say. There's going to be a video played where Mr. Copeland's sitting in a room with Detective Thorpe. I mean, what a crazy thing to say. Was Jeffrey Williams with you when you went to the police? Why, what's the probative value of that?
Well, I'm going to find out, I guess. So, okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. And the citation for is 351 Georgia App 578.
No, look at the state.
That's state v. or.
Look at the state versus or in the Georgia Supreme Court. So the Georgia case. I think councilors will be happy. So.
Get the date. All right.
Hilton and Love, they knew, that they were on some.
Looks like it's going to be 305 Georgia.
They pushed through on this thing, and still had the car. Yeah, it's dangerous right there. But the whole moment was, even when you go back to when Copeland said, hey, yo, I'm just trying to go home. I'm saying what I'm saying because I'm trying to go home. So it's all getting dirty. And in that moment, in that sequence, next thing you know, okay, well, let's try to put Williams in this
305
thing.
Georgia 729. Is
And
that
then
correct?
act like, oh,
I
well,
see
he
it.
was so
Okay.
innocent, then why didn't he come out and prove that he was innocent and come down to the court
All
like
right.
you came down? Why did
It
he
it
do
is
that?
305 Georgia.
Put that
7.
impression
All right.
in the jury's head, and still's like, yo, you ain't got no right to put that in their head. Like he, because he
Okay,
didn't
first
come
question
down
is
like you came down.
what's the relevance
to
of
the police
asking Mr. Copeland about Mr. Williams?
Sure. Mr. Copeland is now stating to this jury for the first time a version of facts very different than what he told police on January 10th, 2015. On January 10th, 2015, and the state will be going into this, Mr. Copeland advised police, specifically I want to talk about what happened on Cleveland Avenue. Mr. Copeland repeatedly in 2015 stated that little D got into the car. The first time he said that little D first said they killed Nut. As his interviews proceeded over the course of 6 months, he eventually says to police that little D told him that they, and he was referencing Shannon, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Kendrick, Mr. McMullen, all killed Nut. He is now saying today, for the first time, to this jury and to us yesterday, that little D and Shannon got into the car and little D did not say anything to him. And that now everything he said back in 2015, he just lied to get out of the trouble. So what we are doing is showing that back in 2015, none of these individuals were present none of these individuals were present in the room when he was speaking to law enforcement officers. And therefore now his story is changing when he has to now testify in court in front of these individuals. So this has nothing to do.
So you're not trying to get into pre-arrest silence?
Not at all, Your Honor. And especially on January 10th, 2015, Mr. Copeland speaks for the first time during that interview about Mr. Williams. But at no point is the state trying to get into any pre-arrest silence. It is solely to show that back then, none of these people were in the room with him. And he gave one version. And now when he has to testify in front of all of them, he's now giving a completely different version than he gave back then.
Mr. Steele, I'm going to overrule your motion for mistrial. I'll note it that you've asked it before the positive of the next question. And I'll make it a continuing objection, okay? Sir, did you hear me, Mr. Steele? Okay, all right. Anything else, Mr. Steele? Before I move on to Mr. Sharp?
I mean, you ruled, so
Okay,
I appreciate the mistrial being waged again.
okay, all right. Mr. Sharp?
On behalf of Mr. Stillwell, I just want to make it clear. I know the Harvey rule is in effect, but I believe just for the record that the comment, because this is a RICO case, and we've instituted the Harvey rule for a reason, but also specifically, this is a RICO case where the constitutional violations of one defendant affect all the rest of us. We are linked together. We sink and swim together in many ways. I am too moving for a mistrial for the same reasons that Mr. Steele enunciated, and I understand the court's ruling, but for the record, I just want to make it clear that I have specifically joined this motion on behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
I'll note that Harvey rule is in effect and all counsel, it will apply for all counsel that you move for mistrial and you posited another motion for mistrial before the positive of the next question, okay?
Yes.
Problem is still that she said
Okay,
the
anybody
jury was listening. Right?
Okay,
So now
thank
you're
you.
clearing up, oh, well, even
All
though
right.
it sounded like
Like I said, I'm going to note it for all defendants present that you move for mistrial. All right. Unless there's anything else.
You consider a limited curative instruction admonishing the state in front of the jury that this has nothing to do with Mr. Williams. They should not have asked that question, and that the jury should take no adverse inference against Mr. Williams whatsoever.
No, sir, because it's a proper question at this point in time, given the state's rationale over your objection. Okay?
Given the
All
state.
right, anything else?
Oh, man. Dang. Like, because of how they intended.
No, go ahead. I'll let you all take 5 minutes and bless you and do that. We'll be in recess.
All right, look, so, you say, well, all right, this is how it is. And, I'm not a lawyer, right? So maybe you say, oh, well, they didn't intend for it to go down like that. So, we good. What's the big deal? There was no intention here for it to come out like that. Yeah, but the jury's listening. You feel me? So the jury's the one they're not going through this legal training either. This is on the fly. I'm hearing what I'm hearing. And it sounded to me like you just said, and that's what Steele's problem is. That's what he brought up, which was good to say, yo, the way you just phrased that, for those who have not been to law school, who are not going to parse this in some type of legalese, the way you just put that out there, and how you just put that out there, leads people to believe that if Copeland went down on his own voluntarily or what have you to the police station to clear this matter up, then why didn't Williams go? If Williams is innocent, why didn't he go too? Why didn't Thug go? I mean, if Copeland can go, why can't Williams go? So right there's the objection, there's the call for mistrial, and then homeboy, the judge, like, yo, well, let me hear from you. And DA's the office is saying, yo, state this is not how we were doing it. This is not what our intent was. We were going to a different place. This guy is telling us things yesterday and today for the first time. He's letting us know that he said these other things just to get out of trouble or to try to, lessen the blow. So now we're hearing these things. So now we have kind of set this thing up a little differently, but we were not trying to make it appear as if, we weren't trying to make it appear as if because Williams didn't go down, or we're asking why, or if he was there, that there should be no bearing to the jury based on that. And Glanville, Brother James, like, okay, well, I'll accept that. But it doesn't change what the jury heard and how they heard it. And potentially that's very damaging. And that's why Steele and the rest, it's like, yo, this is mistrial. I mean, you give these opportunities for mistrial, or these objections that they're gonna have this ammunition for appeal, and it might not go anywhere. It might not win. Okay, you're mistrial, you 1,000 times. Okay, but the issue continues to be that they're allowing all of these moments. Now you have very, very seasoned attorneys, high-power attorneys on the defense, and they're catching all these moments. But why give them so many? Why give them so many? I mean, when you're just falling in your face here, and the problem is, once again, with the system of justice, all right, normal situations, people get away with this stuff. But when you have the ability to pay millions of dollars for the cream of the crop, they catch this stuff. They are catching your nonsense. And when you're trying to just throw stuff out there, hey, whoa, objection, objection, mistrial. I mean, that's what's coming. And you're not just going to circumvent that junk simply because I'm used to getting away with just whoop, 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 whoop. No, not at this level. Not at this level. And that's what makes this thing so difficult for the judge. It makes it so difficult for the prosecution because you're going up against cats that have the chops. They have the ears, they have the training, they have the verbiage, they're just there. They're ready to go. And every time you slip up and try to slide this and slide that, you're opening up more opportunities for them to, objection, mistrial. And if nothing else, you're totally throwing off the interrogation, right? You got Copeland, who you're trying to keep unbalanced because he already is functified. The brother's already going, possibly slip here and slip there. So you let that man slip up, let Woody slip because he liable to say, you know, some stuff that's just gonna make everything better. I mean, that's very, very, very dangerous witness for the state. I mean, man, you know, you want to be able to rely on if I'm going to bring somebody in these type of high powered cases, I want something I can depend on. Yo, was it Tuesday? Yes. Was it 3:15? Yes. What did you eat? I had a McDonald's Happy Meal with some tartar sauce. You know what I'm saying? You want somebody that's boom, 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 boom. Woody, what's your name? What you mean? Woody, did Young Thug, who? Woody, did, you know, when your mama was, who? What you mean, mama? Who said I got a mama? Like, you know, yo, this is not what you want. But obviously, in her list of 5,075,000 witnesses, he happens to be one of them. Why they don't have others that, you know, that they didn't have to do this one, you know, I mean, okay, so obviously they needed him too. It's risky. So Brother Steele and Adams and the rest, they doing the right thing, Sharp doing the right thing to say, yo, we, you know, call them on this stuff. Because if you gonna bring somebody up here that's so, you know, shifty, then we got every right to call you on it. Poke holes in it. That's our job. You know, that's what we getting paid the millions to do, is to make sure that we're listening to the nonsense and that we don't just let it fly. So, hey, you know, what do you think? You know, jump in the chat, got your chat going, and we need to fire that up and get some thoughts. What do you think about this? But I'm telling you, there's the inequality right there in the system. Because if you didn't have that kind of attorney, if you don't have that kind of defense, if you don't have the pockets, okay, if you don't have the budget to have attorneys that can catch all this stuff, man, look at what's happening. They could get away with having a Woody put you in prison for life. A guy that won't even answer the straightest straight question. That could be more than they need to bury you if you don't have the defense. If you don't have the attorneys that, whoa, you're right. Well, objection. And here's why. Rule number bop, 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 bop. Georgia law, bop, 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 bop. You can't do that. This is, nope, mistrial. Up. See? I mean, all lawyers are not the same. Clearly. No matter where you go, every cook is not the same. Every teacher's not the same. Every fire person's not the same. You know, you got levels to this stuff. Every basketball player is not the same. You got levels to this stuff. And these guys that Brother Thug was able to pay for, they're catching you. They are catching you. And so, hey, I mean, but if you can't, they don't come for free. They don't, you know, I mean, he may do a pro bono every now and then, but don't count on it. Don't count on it. This stuff costs to have that level. But if you don't have that level, where's the justice? You got Woody sending you to prison. I mean, man, I can't have Woody sending me to prison, y'all. No, I can't have this guy being on the testimony of Brother Woody in the case against Sid. No, not that guy. No. And the jury's like, Woody said Sid did it. What you mean Woody said? Oh, heck no, little Woody sending me to prison? Oh, nah, man. Nah, we can't have that. Cannot have that. I got to cut some grass, rake some leaves or something. I need a better attorney, man. I can't have little Woody putting me in prison. That's not happening. Because this guy, he's liable to say anything. And he just said it. Paraphrase, the brother said, I just said that because I was trying to go home. He's letting you know I have lied and will continue to lie because I'm trying to go home. And we've heard that kind of nonsense from other cats that the prosecutors have put on the stand. So this is not the first time that we hearing this. Cats want to go home. And the more and more we see and hear these types of things go down, that code of the street seems to crumble, brothers and sisters. Haven't you seen that? That stuff be crumbling. These cats got that code tough. No snitch, snitching, get stitches, whoop, whoop, whoop. You know, they hold it down. I ain't no rat. I ain't gonna step up, whoop, 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 whoop. Then they get in the back room and they like, look, you can get 35 years or you can go home. Your man ain't saying nothing for you. What would he do if it was reversed? And give him a Happy Meal and a soft drink. And these guys, for some reason, well, okay, well, I guess I need to go home, man. I can't go back to jail, man. I can't go back to prison. Man, look, young brothers and sisters, just because cats act like they gonna pull down, that's not the history that we see, brothers and sisters. It's not. I hate to just, rain on your parade, but maybe I don't hate it because you need to hear that. Cats that you think are so loyal to you on a day-to-day basis, you smoke together, you chill together, you do this, you do that. But when cats facing them numbers, they facing them years, ain't nobody putting nothing on their books. Yo, I'm trying to go home. Facing these years, and all I gotta do is tell this man this, tell this woman that, and I'm back to the world. Look, the history says them cats crumble. And it's almost who can crumble first. And you gotta know that. So be careful. Be careful. The best thing is to try not to even be involved in these systems. Because as you see, once you get involved, and if you don't have the money for a Brian Steele, where you at then? I mean, now you just out there then. Who wants that? Yo, but Brother Woody, I can't be having this guy sending me to prison. This not Brother Woody. Not Brother Woody. Because my man is, and I'm gonna tell you something else. I get a little, agitated. Let me throw a little something on. I get a little agitated because I'm listening to this junk, and I'm also looking at the other side of what's going on. Throw little sounds in the background. I get a little agitated, brothers and sisters, by, how are we looking out here? Holla if you hear me. I mean, we ain't looking too good out here. This is some foolishness. We wasn't raised to be in the courts looking like that. Now, I'm not trying to say to you that you need to be worshiping the court. They make you stand for the jurors and, all of that, all rise. Okay, you know what I'm saying? And my point right now is not one of they are holy. This whole thing is a holy system. That's not my thing. Okay, to say that it's holy. But doggone it, we were taught at one time, if you got to go to court, you come in with a certain level of etiquette, certain level of respect. I'm just saying how we were raised. Yes, sir. No, sir. But this whole thing, slouching down, wayward, acting up, whoop, 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 we just wasn't taught that way. Now, I'm not, right or wrong, but this stuff here, if we didn't have all of the other reflections, it'd be all bad. What am I saying? The other reflections, like if you look and you see Brother Adams and crew, the way other people in the room are dressing and their brilliance and the way in which they are carrying themselves. You see, that's rare that we have the full spectrum of presentation. That's a rare thing. You feel me? Because typically and historically, the bright lights would just be on this Brother Woody as the full representation of the people. How, if you hear me? So there is a blessing in the fact that you see such a wide spectrum here. I mean, the dog from the judge on down, you got cats, the bailiff, you got brothers and sisters of all different walks of life in this room, and you can see the incredible incredible diversity within the culture. That's amazing to me that we're watching that whole stratosphere, you know? Now, I mean, and we got even others, right? But just what's in that room is spectacular. Just spectacular. The fashion, the artistry, the discipline, the lack thereof, the thuggery, the foolishness, the etiquette, the discipline. I mean, you got it all on display in all different in all different ways, all different ranges. All right, we getting back to it. It looks like they're coming back in, so let's get prepped back up.
All right, thank you, Ham.
Okay, we're back live, but they're not actually rolling. The camera's back live.
Okay, all right. Can we bring Mr. Copeland back in, please?
Your Honor, can I make just one quick statement as he's coming in?
Okay.
I just want to add also for the court to consider, you know, when the state makes this argument that persuaded the court that it was okay, it presumes bad character on Mr. Williams and the others. Well, he never said that until he's in the courtroom. And the state does that a lot in this case.
It's impeachment.
Every time. And you have overruled it, said it goes to bias of the witness. But I never heard a witness say, yes, I'm intimidated. The state just presumes that. So that's another reason that I don't believe that that was a valid persuasive objection. I know you did. But I just want that in the record. And going forward, if you could give me another, I think you gave it to me, but another continuing objection just to make sure any comment on, you know, well, you're intimidated by Mr. Williams or the others if they want.
We hadn't gotten to that yet. I think we covered that sometime earlier in another motion, but it depends on what is testified to. And I'll have to take that on a case by case basis.
I'm objecting to it now if that's where the state's going. And the question.
You'll need, I can't give you a continuing objection about that. I need to hear it first. Okay. So, all right.
But to that question, I'm saying, you know, well, have you ever, I assume they're going to follow up with, have you ever testified in front of these gentlemen before, something to that effect? And by saying these gentlemen, Mr. Williams and other people.
I don't know whether or not they are, but let me find out. Does the state have anything they wish to add to Mr. Steele's comment or assertion?
I mean, we'll definitely explore the fact that his testimony is changing now in the presence of these individuals versus when he was not in their presence. We will explore that because I think that that is a ripe area for the state to go into because he is now changing his testimony.
All right. I'll note Mr. Steele's objection, okay, and make it continuing, depending upon how the foundation you'll lay, Ms. Hilton, okay? All right. Let's bring Mr. Copeland back in, please.
Great.
Summon our jurors.
You know, like he's seeing where this is going. So he's already getting on the record that, yo, this is not going to be cool. I'm going to object. We're trying to paint the picture that because my client's sitting here, young client sitting here, this guy is changing up. You know, somehow my client is threatening him just by him being in the same room with him. You know, that perception can't have that. So again, you have great attorneys defending you. When they see these things, they know what's coming up, and they've been here before, and they can block it, or at least, you know, put in roadblocks. Makes it very difficult for Hilton and Love. Very, very difficult. Especially if you're depending on little Woody.
All right, for the jury. All jurors present.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, Ms. Hilton, you may continue when ready.
Better? Okay. Ms. Cook, when I left off, was Thug in the room with you when you spoke with Investigator Thorpe?
No,
Was Yak in the room with you when you spoke with Investigator Thorpe?
no,
Was Shannon in the room with you when you spoke with Investigator
I
Thorpe?
was by myself.
Basis
Violates this amendment.
or rule, sir.
Objections, I also have a motion I need to make.
I'll note your motion. You can make it at our first break, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right.
And was Clay in a room with you?
I was by myself.
Say again, Mr. Matthews? What objection? Okay, you have a motion. All right, okay. First break.
And when you spoke with Investigator Thorpe, was that at about 3:00 a.m. on January 11, 2015?
I guess.
And during that interview, did you go in there to speak with him about everything that you knew leading up to the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I guess.
And during that interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe your concerns about?
I'll sustain the question, sir.
During the interview, were you able to give Mr. Investigator Thorpe your date of birth?
Huh?
During that interview, were you asked by Detective Thorpe your date of birth?
I guess.
And what is your date of birth?
July 25th, 91.
Okay. And during that interview, were you asked to give your middle name?
I guess.
Okay. And what is that?
Xavier.
Okay. And during the course of that interview, were you informed by Detective Thorpe his reasoning of wanting to speak with you?
Huh?
Did Detective Thorpe tell you why he wanted to speak with you?
He really like laughing and joking.
Okay. But did he tell you that he wanted to speak with you?
I'll stand the question.
Did he tell you why he wanted to speak with you?
Yeah.
Or rule, sir.
And did he ask you to tell him everything that you knew about the murder?
I guess.
All right. Who is Kel?
Who?
Who is Kel?
Be more specific.
Okay. Do you know someone by the name of Kel?
I know a lot of people named Kel.
Do you know someone who goes by the name of Shell Kel?
I don't know him, but I know who you're talking about.
Okay. And back in 2015, did you and Shell Cal have any issues?
If he's still here, then now.
Back in 2015, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you and Shell Cal had some issues?
I guess.
Okay. And is Shell Cal related to Nut?
I guess.
Do you recall in this interview telling Detective Thorpe that Shell Cal is Nut's brother?
I guess.
And that specifically that Shell Cal is Nut's little brother?
I guess.
Do you guess or do you know?
I don't recall what was said in that interview.
All right. And during that interview, did you speak with Detective Thorpe about how your issues with Shell Cal began?
I guess.
When you say you guess, do you recall or no?
I'm saying,
Hold on. What's the basis of your objection, Mr. Sharp?
Yes. Yes.
Well, so what's your objection, sir? Yeah.
You're fine.
I'm gonna sustain it on other grounds.
When you say you guess, what do you mean?
you asking me so clearly, I must have did.
When did your issues with Shell Cal begin?
I don't know. I don't.
Did you tell Detective Thorpe that your issues with Shell Cal began maybe about 4 months prior to the death of Donovan Thomas?
I guess.
When you say you guess, what do you mean?
I mean, I guess I said that, I guess.
Do you know if your problems with Shell Cal began 4 months prior to the death of Donovan Thomas?
If I had a problem with Shell Kill, I'm gonna leave it at that.
Okay, and I'm asking you, when did those problems begin?
Say it again.
When did those problems begin with you and Shell
And
Cal?
I'm gonna leave it at that. What is that?
I don't know.
In your interview in January 11, 2015 with Detective Thorpe, did you tell Detective Thorpe, when asked about when your problems began, say 2 months, 3 months, I'm going to say no longer than 4 months?
Probably did. I don't know.
What were the problems that you had with Shell Cal?
I misunderstand it.
What was the misunderstanding?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you and him get into a fight at Club Crucial on the Monday before Donovan Thomas' death?
No.
You're saying you did not get into a fight with him that Monday.
I did not get into a fight with them. They put their hands on me.
Okay. What happened when they put their hands on you? Can you respond? What happened when they put their hands on you?
They ran out the club.
Who is they?
I don't know.
Did you tell Detective Thorpe about what happened between you and Shell Cal the Monday before Donovan Thomas was killed?
I guess.
When you say you guess, do you know if you told them about what happened that Monday?
Back then, my mind was all over the place, and whatever he asked me, I was just trying to get him out my face.
Okay. Do you recall in this same January 11, 2015 interview telling Detective Thorpe that you went to Club Crucial, you pulled out your money because you were on stage, you were flashing your money to all the girls were standing around, you were flashing your money. When you get off the stage, you were flashing money, and Kel and his whole crew walked up on me. You recall telling Detective Thorpe that back in your January 11, 2015 interview.
I probably did.
Then, do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you looked up and you said to Kel, "What up, bro? What's going on?"
I probably did.
And that Kel didn't say anything, so he just said, "Hey, what's up?" You asked him, "What's up, bro?" And then he began asking you about Thug. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that?
I probably did.
And I need to know, is that a yes or a no? Did you tell him? Did you not tell him? Or do you not recall?
Answer your question, Your Honor. I object to follow the question.
Your Honor, he's saying he probably did. I'm asking yes,
Oh,
no.
I'm going to overrule the objection, Mr. Steele.
Did you say it? Did you not say it, or you don't recall saying it?
I said something to him, so if that's what he said I said, then
I'm asking, what do you remember? Do you remember telling him this or not? Or you don't
they
recall?
questioned me so many times, and I told them something different every time they questioned me.
Okay.
I don't recall what I told this person.
Do you have an objection, Mr.
That
Steele?
person-
Oh, hold on, Mr. Copeland. Do you have an objection, sir?
I'm going to object
Basis.
to state giving limited options for the witness to answer.
Overrule, sir.
I want their choice.
Overrule, sir.
So you say you don't recall what you told him?
Objection leading.
He answered your.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, Mr. Sharp.
Can you say it again?
Sure. Did you tell Detective Thorpe that Kel wanted to speak with Thug at the club on that Monday before Nut passed away?
I said they have asked me questions about this so many different times. I have told them different things every time. I cannot tell you what for 100% facts exactly what I have told him.
So do you not recall what you told him?
I said, I guess if he
I sustain the objection.
Do you remember what you told Detective Thorpe about whether or not you told him?
I sustain the objection.
The objection.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that after you told Kel that Thug was in the club, Kel began to...
You have an objection, sir?
See, it disrupts the
I'm gonna overrule
rhythm.
the objection, sir.
It lets Copeland know
Kel
that,
took his necklace
he don't
and put it
have to
inside of his shirt.
Feel that, he needs to go with her.
Do you remember telling Detective
Room
Thorpe
there,
that
you
after
need to just answer.
Kel asked you about
She's
Thug,
doing something.
you then
don't
saw
have
Kel
to-
put his necklace
with.
inside of his shirt?
I guess
When you say you guess, do you recall telling him that or no?
yeah, I said it. I guess
But Hilton's doing a good job. of
And then when you saw him put
patience
his necklace
in
inside
spite
his shirt,
of-
you then put your money inside of your pocket.
yes.
Do you remember what happened after you put your money inside of your pocket?
They jumped on me.
Who is the day that jumped on you?
I didn't see nobody. I knew I was surrounded by a lot of people. I mean,
Was Kel one of the individuals that jumped on you?
I don't know if he hit me. I don't remember if it was him who hit me, somebody hit me, and when whoever hit me,
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that Kel punched you in the back of your head on that same January 11, 2015 interview?
he probably did.
He probably hit you, or did you probably tell?
Yeah, I said it.
Right. And did you also tell Detective Thorpe, so he punched me in the back of the head, then they pushed me to the ground, he tries to my pocket and take my money, but I hold on to my money. The other guy punched me all in the face, but I didn't care. I was holding on to the money.
Yes.
Okay. After they were punching you on the ground, do you remember if you ever got up?
Clearly.
Okay. What did you do after you got up? You laughed. What do you remember about after you got up?
I had a knot on my face.
Okay. And then what happened?
I was real mad.
All right. And then what happened?
Somebody was gonna pay for their knot.
Okay. So then what happened?
I went home.
Did you go outside of the club right after you got off the ground?
I had to leave out the club.
Okay. And when you went out the club, did you see anyone outside of the club?
If that was that's it,
I'm asking you, what do you remember?
I guess.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe in his January 11th interview that when you got out of the club, Bloody J was outside of the club?
I guess.
You guess that you told him?
Yes.
All right. And when you got out of the club, what, if anything, happened to Bloody J?
What you mean?
Do you recall if anything happened to Bloody J when you got outside of the club?
You can't remind me?
Do you remember, yes or no?
No.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that when you got outside of Bloody J, when you got outside the club, that two of your buddies went and beat up Bloody J?
I guess.
Okay. What two buddies beat up Bloody J?
Tell me. I don't recall.
You don't recall? Do you recall it being one of the individuals being Moonsel?
Yes, I guess.
You don't say I guess. It's either
I
yes,
guess.
no, or you don't recall.
I ain't trying to say the wrong thing. So
So do you not recall?
I stand the question. I don't need it. Just tell me the basis for the objection, Mr. Sharp, okay?
I need you to answer yes. Was it Moonsel?
Overruled, Mr. Sharp.
Do you remember if it was Moonsel or not remember if it was Moonsel?
if he said that's what I said, then yes.
I'm asking you what happened.
I don't recall what happened. I was mad. I had a knot on my head.
Now, do you also recall speaking with Detective Thorpe about what happened at the Cascade skating rink before this fight at Club Crucial on the Monday before Donovan died?
I guess.
When you say you guess, do you recall or you don't recall?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened at the Cascade skating rink before this fight at Club Crucial.
What happened at Cascade?
Yes.
And nothing happened at the skating rink?
Yes.
Nothing.
Do you recall speaking with Kel at the skating rink?
That's what I told Detective Thorpe.
I'm asking you, what do you remember?
I don't remember nothing from 2015. I remember the fight. They put their hands on me.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe, actually before talking about what happened that Monday, that you and Kel were at the Cascade skating rink and the two of you actually spoke at the Cascade skating rink?
When I was talking to Detective Thorpe, I can't recall what I told him because I was just telling him anything.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that at the Cascade skating rink, you wanted to speak with Cal, and you said to Cal, hey, let me holler at you.
Not if you put no knot on my head.
This is before he put the knot on your head.
Objection to the proper question.
I'll ask a better
I
question.
sustain the question, sir.
Do you recall speaking to Cal before he put the knot on your head at Cascade Skating Ring?
I guess.
I need to know, yes, you remember, no, you don't remember, or you don't remember.
If you saying this what I told Thorpe, then this what I probably told him.
Do you remember speaking to Shell Cal? Period. At Cascade Skating Ring.
We ain't no speak. We wasn't on speaking term.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that at the Cascade Skating Ring, you and Cal were standing right there and y'all talked about everything that you had against each other?
If I was somewhere around Shell Kill, I don't think we would be talking.
Okay. Did you also tell Detective Thorpe that as we talked, we said it was over? So it was like, we're over, we ain't beefing no more. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe about that conversation you had with Shell Cal?
I guess.
I guess it's not responsive. Do you recall or not recall telling Detective Thorpe that?
I told Detective Thorpe whatever he said, I told him.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that on that same day at the Cascade Skating Ring, Kel wanted to speak with Thug?
Who?
Kel wanted to speak with Thug.
If I would have any chance to be around Shell Kill at any point, I would not been talking to him.
I understand what you're saying today. I'm asking you what you told Detective Thorpe.
And I told you that if I told Detective Thorpe anything, and he said I said it, then I probably did.
Okay. So did you also tell Detective Thorpe that you then called Thug on FaceTime for Kel and Thug to speak with each other?
When he checked my phone record, did he see that call?
I'm asking you, did you tell Detective Thorpe that on the Sunday at Cascade Skating Ring that you got Thug on FaceTime so Kel and Thug could speak? Yes or no?
If Detective Thorpe said I told him that, I told him that.
Okay. Do you remember that happening?
No.
Okay.
I don't remember me and Shell Kill ain't gonna talk.
All right. And
He let
then
it be known.
do you remember
said
telling
whatever he
Detective
wanted to
Thorpe?
say to the detective.
So him and Thug
He was trying to go home,
talk,
so he ain't saying it was
and whatever
true.
was said with that, I don't know.
I probably told Detective Thorpe that.
And again, that was in your January 11, 2015 interview.
I guess.
Now, did you also tell Detective Thorpe about a shooting that occurred at a gambling house in Lakewood?
If that's what he said.
Do you recall a shooting at the gambling house in Lakewood? Do you recall a shooting at a gambling house in Lakewood?
No,
You do not?
I don't.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe in that same January 11, 2015 interview that there was a shooting over in Lakewood and that it was Kel and he was standing on top of a roof and shooting inside?
I probably did.
I need to know, do you remember telling him that or you don't remember telling him that?
When Detective Thorpe questioned me about what happened, I thought I was in there about 5 minutes. I thought I walked in and walked back out. So I don't know what I don't told him. I can't remember what I don't told him.
So you say you don't remember telling him about what happened at
But if he said that I told him that. I'm telling you right now, I told him that. So can you start asking me where I supposed to told Detective Thorpe? Because I'm telling you now, if he said that I said anything about anything, I'm telling you, more likely I probably did.
Great. Well, I'm going to ask you about all the things that you talked to Detective Thorpe about.
Which Hilton has every right to do. This dude does not dictate what gets asked, what doesn't.
Did you also tell Detective Thorpe about the Friday before Nut was killed?
I guess.
Okay. On the Friday that Nut was killed, were you with the Friday evening before Nut was killed?
No, you just said it earlier. Was I at the house? I said yes.
I'm talking about the Friday evening before Nut was killed.
I can't recall. I don't know what I done told Detective Thorpe.
I'm asking you, what do you remember yourself?
No, but when I think back about 2015, all I remember was getting a call saying that Nut was killed and I was responsible for it. And the only thing besides that is people showing up at my folks' houses. Details about what happened, all this stuff been blanked out my mind. Like, it been blanked out my mind.
All right. In that same January 2000 interview, you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you were with Thug and you were at DJ Drama's studio.
I probably did.
Do you remember telling him, or you don't recall telling him? I need to have it.
If Detective Thorpe said I said it, I said it.
And then after leaving the studio, that is when you went over to your girl's house, which would be Deshawn's house.
I guess.
Now, earlier I asked you about what time you left Deshawn's home to go to your brother's house. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you left Deshawn's home around 5:00 p.m.?
I guess.
When you say you guess, I need to know, do you recall telling him that or you don't recall telling him that?
If he said I said it, I said it.
And is that true or that not true that you left her home around 5:00?
If you notice something about me, I don't keep up with the time or the days. I just go with the flow.
So do you remember it being around 5:00 p.m. that you left Deshawn's house?
I don't know what time I left her house.
When you went to Mechanicsville, do you remember seeing anyone in Mechanicsville?
What you mean?
You said earlier that on the night before Nut's murder, on the day of, you left Deshawn's house and you went to Mechanicsville. Do you remember seeing anyone when you went to Mechanicsville?
I don't remember if I seen anyone.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that you went to the green store?
I guess.
I need to know, do you remember telling him or you don't remember telling him? Or was that a lie?
Faces.
Saying he's allowed to answer and they keep forcing him to answer in binary one or two ways.
Your Honor, his response are non-responsive to my question.
I'm going to overrule your objection, sir. Thank you.
So do you remember telling him, you don't remember telling
Do
him
I remember telling him what?
that you went to the green store?
I I probably did.
When you say you probably, I didn't know yes, no, or I don't recall.
Whatever Thorpe said I told him, I told him.
Okay. Do you remember telling him that you met with Little Rick at the green store?
I probably did.
Yes, no, I don't recall.
You want me to?
Yes, sir, you may.
Yes, no, I don't recall.
If Thorpe said I said it, I said it.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that while you were at the green store, you called Little D?
I guess.
Did you tell him? Did you not tell him, or you don't recall telling him that?
If Thorpe said I said it, I said it.
Do you recall telling him that he told you he was on Cleveland Avenue?
I guess.
Yes, no, or I don't recall.
If Thorpe said I said it, I said it.
Now,
If somebody knows, has
when
she
you
been
got
able
to
list
Cleveland
this
Avenue
dude as a
earlier today, you
hostile
said that
witness
Little
yet
D
or not?
and
I mean, is that the option here?
you're right.
I think she's oriented to time and place. I'm over your objection, sir.
Earlier today, you said that Little D and Shannon got into your vehicle. Do you recall saying that earlier today?
I think I did.
Okay. Back in January of 2015,
You know, because
did you ever tell Detective Thorpe?
Establish things, and he's not, complying.
Your Honor, now I'm impeaching.
I'll rule the question,
Actual
sir.
answers.
Did you ever tell Detective Thorpe that Shannon was in the vehicle with you and Little D back on the morning of January 10, 2015?
If he said I did, I did.
I'm asking you, did you? Because you're saying today, you're saying the truth, and back then,
I sustain the objection.
did you ever tell Detective Thorpe that Shannon was in the vehicle with you?
I guess.
Back in 2015, you did not tell Detective Thorpe that Shannon was in the car with you.
Objection, asked and answered.
I sustain the question.
In 2015, did you tell Detective Thorpe that only Little D got into the car with you?
I guess.
Did you say that to Detective Thorpe?
If he said I did.
Back in 2015, did you then tell Detective Thorpe that Little D told you that Nut just got killed?
Basis, sir.
Your Honor, do we address this?
I'm over the objection, sir.
Confrontation clause as well.
Your Honor, we
Overrule, sir.
today you said that you and Little D never talked about the murder, correct?
Today I said whatever I told Thorpe in 2015, I was trying to get him out my face. So I do not know exactly what I have told him.
Today, do you have an independent memory of what happened on January 10th, 2015?
What you mean?
Do you have a memory outside of what you told Detective Thorpe about what happened on January 10th, 2015?
Basis, sir. I did tell me the basis for your objection.
Question. You already gave
I'm overrule the objection, sir.
I'm going to object to asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overrule, sir.
Wait.
So today, do you have an independent knowledge of what happened on January 10th when you picked up Little D?
Can you say that one more time?
Sure. Today, without remembering what you told Detective Thorpe, what is your memory of your interaction with Little D on January 10th, 2015?
But I don't have a remember. What you mean? Like,
Okay.
I just know that I picked up Lil D and Shannon, and that's when I got a call saying that I supposed to did this and did that.
And in January 2015, you never told Detective Thorpe that you picked up Little D and Shannon.
I guess.
By the way,
Earlier,
who
I
even
asked
dresses
you
like this
if
coming to court?
Multiple FaceTimed
Who
you.
dresses
And
like
did you say you
this?
did not recall if Multiple FaceTimed you?
I know he called me. I don't know if it was FaceTime regular. All I know was I remember what came out of his mouth.
And in 2015, in January of 2015, you told Detective Thorpe that he FaceTimed you.
I guess.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that or no?
Objection has been answered.
Yeah, that's non-responsive. I guess it's non-responsive.
I'm going to overrule your objection, sir. You can answer the question, sir.
I need to know if you remember or if you do not remember.
If he said I said it, then I said it.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that?
Objection, Your Honor, to answer.
Overrule, sir.
That's not. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that he FaceTimed you?
I guess.
I guess it's non-responsive.
Well,
It's not responsive, Mr. Steele. I'm going to overrule your objection.
Do you recall?
I don't know what I told Detective. I don't remember what I told Detective. Whatever his name is.
Thank you. So you don't remember if you told Detective Thorpe that?
Sustain the question, Mr. Court.
Now, do you remember back in January 2015 giving Detective Thorpe Moontoon's phone number?
I guess.
I guess it's non-responsive.
Your Honor, that's not a proper question.
Overrule, sir.
I need you to respond. Do you remember?
I don't remember. I don't remember nothing I told Detective Thorpe.
All right.
So that's my response to every question you about to ask me. If it have anything to do with me speaking with him. It wasn't in my right state of mind. I don't have a clue.
But she didn't want him to say what he's saying right now.
Well, you have to bear with them. I have to ask you the question specifically. You just
Okay,
say, I
you can
don't
ask.
remember.
I just said.
Prosecutor, is it not?
Mr. Steele, overruled.
Do you remember today what Moontoon's number was back then?
Back then when?
Back in 2015.
No, I better know my phone number now.
All right. Do you remember giving him
Barely
the
know my
number
phone number now.
404-662-8935?
I guess.
I need to know, do you remember or you do not remember?
Yeah, I did. I don't.
Do you remember what kind of car that Moontoon dropped you off in to take you to the police department on January 11, 2015?
I don't know. I don't know if he. I don't know. I don't know if he asked me. I don't remember what I told him.
Okay. Do you remember saying it was either bluish, grayish Malibu and it was rented?
Yeah.
Yeah, you remember telling him that?
Yes. I guess. Yes.
So it's good to help him continuing to try.
Earlier
Obviously, there's no
today,
credibility here.
you said
he said he doesn't
that
remember. Now he's saying he does.
You went
saying
down
he didn't,
there
now he
because
does.
the police
You know,
called you. Do you remember saying
One
that?
question was good.
Overruled, sir.
Do you remember saying that
Back and
earlier today?
forth. It's good that Hilton's doing
That's
it.
the only way I went down
There's no
there.
credibility.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe, I was asking everybody, should I go down there, bro? Because I didn't do it. I didn't do it. You can look at my phone records, but I didn't do it.
Yes.
All right. Yes, you remember telling him that?
If he said I said it, yes, I said it.
I need to know if you remember telling him that.
Yes. I don't know why there's further questions.
I'm overruling the objection, Mr. Sharp.
Do you also recall telling Detective Thorpe that you also advised Moonsoon that he should come down and speak with the police?
Yes.
When you just said yes, you shrugged your shoulders. Why did you do that?
Overrule, sir.
Because you asked me questions.
Hold on, Mr.
Objection on relevance.
Overrule, sir.
Why did you shrug your shoulder?
Because they my shoulders.
Okay. Was Kel the only person that you had problems with back in 2015?
Objection on faith.
I'll stand this form.
Let me ask you, did you have any issues with Nut in 2015? Why'd you chuckle?
Huh?
I asked you if you had any issues with Nut, and then you said, and you chuckled. Why?
Your Honor, there was a question posed. You can't ask another question, it's my objection.
Overrule, sir. Overrule. I'm gonna overrule it, okay, for the time being.
It's to answer the original question.
Sir, I've overruled your objection, okay?
So I'll ask you first, why did you chuckle when I asked the question?
I don't know.
Okay. So did you have an issue with Nut back in 2015?
I don't think I did.
All right. And did you tell the police that the only person you had a problem with was Kel?
Yes.
Now,
This is
after the murder of Donovan Thomas, did you try to call Bloody J?
behind closed doors about him?
That what I said?
I'm asking you, what do you remember?
I guess.
Do you remember or do you not remember?
What I'm trying to call Bloody J for?
Okay. So do you not remember calling Bloody J?
But what would I need to talk to him for?
So do you not remember calling Bloody J?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember. I don't recall.
All right. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe in that same January 11th interview that you called Bloody J on the phone?
Yes.
So why would you want to call Bloody J?
You need to tell me.
I'm not you, so why
I'm
would
saying,
you
you know what I supposed to say?
I'm asking you now.
I don't know. I don't have a clue. Why would I want to call him?
All right. Did you attempt to call anyone else the night that Donovan Thomas was murdered to tell them that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
Say that again?
On January 10, 2015, did you attempt to call anyone who was affiliated with If Gang so that you can tell them that you did not kill Donovan?
I ain't doing no calling nobody.
I ain't doing no calling nobody.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe first that you tried to call Bloody J and that there was someone else that you could call, but it's no use?
Yes.
Now,
course indulgence for one moment.
I didn't hear you.
I said course indulgence for one moment.
Huh? What you done me?
Do you recall Detective Thorpe asking you about an Infinity car on January 11, 2015?
I guess.
Do you remember him asking you, or you don't remember he asked you?
When this is what I remember from talking to Detective Thorpe. I walked in the homicide building. He says, "Hey man, I still got a bite on the street. You came in here? I don't think he did it." That's how they went to me. So you asked me these questions. I don't remember having a conversation with him, so I ain't saying I didn't. If you saying he said I did have this conversation with him, then I did. But I don't remember him. I don't remember these.
And it's
So I don't know what I don't told him. But I just know that I thought he walked right back out the door. I don't remember being in there no more than 5 minutes.
And if you don't remember, that's all you have to say is you don't remember.
I keep telling you I don't remember.
And I have to ask you specific questions. So if you don't remember,
Mr. Steele? Mr. Steele, I need to see an objection, not commentary, okay? So, no, that's not, that's,
Doesn't instruct the witness in front of the jury. I object.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, sir.
Prosecutor just said, I need you to say you don't recall.
Hold on.
yeah.
But all of this is still, you know, the prosecutors chose this guy, right? This is their guy, right? This is their guy. So you're putting yourself in a situation when you're bringing somebody like this in a high-powered case like this. This is who you're leaning on. So now, you know, he's not complying. He's not doing what you need him to do. But you put him there. This is your guy.
Mr. Short, I'm gonna overrule your objection. That's not what the prosecutor asked, okay? So, all right. You can continue, madam.
Do you remember or do you not remember if Detective Thorpe actually?
I don't remember.
All right. Do you remember Detective Thorpe asking you if you've ever been stopped in an Infinity before?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Do you remember Detective Thorpe asking you if you had ever been stopped in an Infinity before?
Your Honor,
Sure.
can we be oriented to the date of this meeting?
Sure.
We're talking about the same January 11, 2015 interview.
I don't know what man. Whatever you told me to say. I don't know. I don't.
Do you remember back on January 10, 2015,
And that was
any
Sharp's
cars following
objection,
you
that
home?
she told him what to say.
The
And he
night
even just said,
that
whatever you just
Donovan
told me to say.
Thomas
I don't
killed.
know. I don't remember. Whatever you just told me to say. That was your objection.
Can you say it again?
Read
Sure.
it back
On
and
the
said, "That's
night
not
that
what
Donovan
happened."
Thomas was killed, do you recall any cars
Sounds like that's what
following
happened.
you home, specifically following you into Carver Homes?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that you were heading into Carver Home and you saw a little red Camaro following you inside of the apartment complex?
I probably did.
I need to know, do you remember or do you not remember?
I told you already. I don't remember. You keep asking me.
So if you don't remember, just say you do not remember.
I object to this. You can't delegate the court's ruling. I object to this type of question.
Well, Your Honor, I'll ask.
I'll sustain the question. I'll sustain you.
Your Honor, then I'll ask. You can instruct Mr. Copeland if he does not remember, just to say he does not remember.
Mr. Copeland, just answer the question to the best of your ability, okay?
I thought I did, Judge. I told her I don't remember no conversation I had with. She trying to cross me up. She trying to say this and that when I don't told her I don't told the police anything they wanted to hear for them to, and she keep asking me over and over.
You're gonna have to answer the question, sir, okay?
So is your entire
This
interview with
is
Detective
her
Thorpe a lie?
Witness.
Was your entire
Y'all
interview with
chose
Detective
this
Thorpe a lie?
man.
I don't know. I can't tell you what I told him. You got to tell me what I told him.
Okay. So we're going to keep on going.
But I don't. When you tell me what I told him, I'm telling you now. I probably did tell him that. I'm telling you. I told him that.
Okay. Well,
So.
but you have to tell me which ones are lies and which ones.
You're correct, sir. Mr. Copeland, do you have something else you want to add to that response?
I can't remember.
Do you want me to repeat the question?
I can't remember what I had to say.
Do you want me to repeat your response up until that point in time?
You got to tell me what was
Okay,
said.
hold on just a second. We can help you out with that.
Dang, now I'm like, I don't even know if I should feel bad for the brother. You know what I'm saying? It's like, man, sometimes this man is so out there that sometimes it's like, dang, young man. You know what I'm saying? Which one is it? Or maybe it's just a hybrid. It's a combination between straight foolishness and straight like sorrow, right? Like I'm feeling like a heavy heart for my man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what did you do? How did you get this way? But I'm knowing like all the factors, society, life. I mean, this is man, there's a whole lot of stuff. Like how he got to be the way he is, you know, some of it's game, but maybe some of it is us, right? Like this is the product
When you told me now, I probably
wicked
didn't
society.
tell him that.
For real.
And telling you I told him that. So,
Can you say it again?
she said, was your entire interview with Thorpe a lie? He said, I can't tell you what I told him. You gotta tell me what I told him.
Right.
And so we'll keep going. He's weighing. And then he said, well, you told him now, I probably did tell him that. I am telling you I told him that, so. And then the sentence said, but you have to tell me which ones are lies, and then they interrupted, so.
So how I supposed to tell you which one is a lie if I don't know, if I can't remember what I told him? I can't say this is a lie and then you try to say, well, you say this right here. I don't know. I don't know what I told him.
Which makes
Back in
perfect sense if that's his
2015,
point. If that's what
did
he's
you
gonna stand
tell
on, then
Detective
that makes sense.
Thorpe in the same January 11th interview that you get blamed for everything and that your name comes up in everything?
Yes, sir.
Back in January of 2015, did they shoot at your at Deshaun's mother's home the night of the murder?
I don't know if it was the same night, but at one point it was.
And did that shooting prompt you to go speak with Detective Thorpe on the morning of January 11th, 2015?
They called me. I think that's how he was able to get my phone number. But I can't recall if it was or not.
Were you scared because they were shooting up your family's house back on January 10th, 2015?
What you mean?
Mr. Sharp.
I object to the use of the pronoun they. I would ask for specificity.
So vague?
They.
Vague? Is your objection vague? All right, I'll sustain that.
Were you afraid because your girlfriend's mother's house was being shot up?
What you mean?
Were you afraid because people in your family's homes were being shot up on that back in January 2015, were you afraid because people's homes were being shot up?
You asking me, was I afraid, or what did I tell the police I was afraid?
I'm asking you now, were you afraid?
I was afraid for the people who was in the house.
And do you know who all was in the house? You shook your head, said a no for the record?
No.
Okay.
I don't remember who was in the house.
Now, in that interview, did you give Detective Thorpe the reason why you thought Kel was beefing with you?
I probably did. I don't remember. Which one I supposed to say it?
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that this is all about you not being down with it no more and being down with the gang anymore?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall telling him that it's also because they now think that you're with Thug and that you're claiming YSL?
Yes.
Yes, you remember telling him that?
I guess. If that's what he said, I said.
Do you recall or do you not recall to tell Detective Thorpe that?
I don't know what I done told this man.
Okay.
So even if she gets him to say it, I mean, where's the credibility at this point? He's
Sitting here
saying it,
now,
and he
was
has
the
said
beef
several
because
times.
you were
He
no
doesn't
longer
remember.
down with them and you were down with YSL?
So saying yes, I guess. How does that,
Yes, I guess.
This is not benefit.
Is it yes or you
Where's
guess?
the credibility?
If that's what he said,
I'm asking you right now today.
I don't know.
Who picks him?
Now, during this interview, do you recall giving Detective Thorpe your Instagram page?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the Instagram page that you gave him?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it Woody372?
Yes.
Okay. And 372, does that refer to,
I stand the question.
what is 372?
Numbers.
And does that number specify something specific?
No, I'm gonna object and ask to answer.
I believe it has. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Does the 372 correspond to the letters of DRC on the phone pad?
It could. I gotta look at the phone pad to see. How do you look at the phone pad to tell?
And is Woody372 the same Instagram account that I asked you about over the course of the last few days?
I guess.
So was that your Instagram account back in 2015?
My Instagram account is Woody vs. Woody.
I asked back in
From
2000.
back then, I think my Instagram account is the same account as it is today. Woody vs. Woody. I'm not 100% sure. I done did so much time away from society. You asking me about something I don't know. I don't know how to answer these questions. I don't really, a lot of this stuff you talking about, like, I've been through too much to be trying to remember certain stuff or these questions you asking me. Like, you discombobulated me up here. Like, you want me to lie? You want me to tell the truth? I can't tell you the truth. If you sit here, I don't know. I don't know how to answer these questions. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what y'all got going on. Like, for real. Like, you asked me about 2015, what somebody said to the investigators. You know how many investigators try to question me about this?
Yes, and we're going to talk about a few of them. So do you recall your Instagram being
I
Woody372?
can't tell you the truth.
I don't recall.
Y'all got me discombobulated up in here. The
Bless
key,
you.
though, I can't tell y'all the truth. But this is your witness, State. You put this man up here. You chose this man to be your witness. Now you got to live with it. Or get him the heck off the stand. That's your choice. So how am I feel bad for the prosecution right now? Y'all chose this man. Y'all got him out there like that. You're standing on him to build your case. Now, looking pretty weak to me. But this is what you
Course
got.
indulgence.
Golly, man. This is not the brother you want to make your case on. This is not who you want to be leaning on. This is not the guy. Okay? This is not the guy. But you already knew. We're just getting to know this brother. But y'all know this brother. Y'all been watching videos of this brother. You've been talking to this brother. Y'all had all these Instagrams and everything else. You know what you got here. And you thought this was going to work? You thought putting him on the stand was going to benefit you? This is what you thought?
Now,
Going
Mr.
up against
Copeland.
Steele and Adams? Nah. Weinstein and the rest? Nah. He's not going to make it. Not like this.
Did you speak with Detective Thorpe about your concerns that people from If Gang wanted to kill you and Thug?
Yes.
Do you recall why people wanted to kill you and Thug?
Yes.
Okay. Why was that?
Why was what?
Why did people want to kill you and Thug?
Oh. I said it.
You recall telling that to Detective Thorpe?
I don't know what I don't remember what I told Detective Thorpe.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you heard about a meeting in which an individual named Mo, who was down the road, conducted?
Yes.
And that during the course of that meeting,
I'll sustain the objection.
what do you remember telling Detective Thorpe about your understanding of this meeting with Mo and other members of If Gang?
I don't remember.
Hold on, wait, Mr. Copeland. Basis.
For hearsay. We need to ask about his present testimony.
I'm gonna overrule your objection, okay?
Okay, can I rephrase? There's no foundation to give prior statements until he's asked.
I'll sustain that one. I'll sustain that.
What was your understanding of a meeting with Mo back in 2015 regarding you and Thug?
I don't know what I told Detective Thorpe.
Objection on a non-responsive answer.
I'll sustain the objection.
You need to respond.
Mr. Copeland, you have to answer the question, okay? If not responsive to
How could I answer the question to something I don't know?
Miss Hilton's gonna. Well, actually, just repeat the question, Miss Weaver.
What was your understanding of the meeting with Mo back in 2015 regarding you and Thug?
I don't know nothing about no meeting. I don't know nothing about no meeting.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe about this meeting with Mo and that he was supposed to kill you and the young Thug?
I don't remember what I told Detective Thorpe. I'm saying yes to your question because you saying something I said to Detective Thorpe. So I'm saying yes to everything you saying, but I don't know nothing about where I supposed to told Detective Thorpe. So you trying to, I don't know what y'all trying to do. Like,
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that you called other people to confirm whether or not this meeting occurred?
I don't know what I told Detective Thorpe. I don't remember what I told Detective Thorpe. I told you, I thought that once he questioned me, once I came down there, he said, well, it was, you came, you free to go. I don't remember sitting down talking to him.
So you don't remember the interview at all? Or what you said during the interview?
Your Honor,
Yeah,
specificity about what interview.
I didn't, did you say that?
I-
A little louder?
I'd ask for specificity about what interview.
so what's your objection, sir?
Okay.
I sustain the objection.
We can move on, Your Honor.
All right, madam.
Did you have any issues with Nut?
With who?
With Nut?
What you mean?
Did you have any problems with Nut?
I wouldn't hope not.
Do you recall, you said you hope not. Do you recall sitting here today if you had any issues with Nut?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that you did not have any issues with Nut? And matter of fact, that you and Nut would see each other and dap each other up?
Yes.
Did you remember telling Detective Thorpe that Nut was somebody that you could talk to?
Don't know nothing about all that.
Okay. Do you remember?
I don't know yes, I said it to him. I don't know.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe about the last conversation that you had with Nut?
I had a conversation with Nut.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe about a conversation that you had with Nut?
I don't remember what I told Detective Thorpe.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that when you saw Nut, he just told you to chill out and you told him
Hold on,
that
Mr. Steele's objection. Hearsay? I sustain it. Oh, are you repeating where's that coming from, madam?
Your Honor, it's going to be effective on the listener. It's going to be what his response was.
I overrule the objection.
And that you told Nut, I'm just trying to get some money.
Was I supposed to say it to the police?
You told the police
Yes, I said it.
that was your last conversation with Nut.
I guess, yes. I don't know.
When you say you don't know, what do you mean?
I don't remember what I told any police. I do not remember what I have told them.
And at this point, do you understand that I'm just trying to figure out what it is that you remember and what did you know?
You lost me.
I sustain the question as to the form.
Do you recall being concerned that it was a whole gang after you?
You talking to me?
Yes, sir.
You said it again?
Do you recall in 2015 being concerned that there was a whole gang after you?
You said, did I tell it to the police or you asked me, was I?
I'm asking you, were you concerned that there was a whole gang?
Not even a little bit.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe, and now these niggas show up at my girl's mama's house, and it's the whole gang. It's the whole clique. You know what I'm saying? They deep. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing that put fear in my heart. Now I have to watch everywhere I go. I have to watch out. It ain't nothing I can do about it. I didn't have nothing to do with this. I didn't kill him. I ain't never kill. I ain't never try to fight him. I ain't never try to rob him. I have never done nothing to Nut. Do you recall telling the police that?
I guess. I don't remember.
Okay. Now, do you know back in 2015 who beefing with Nut?
How I supposed to know that?
Do you recall being asked about that in the January 11th, 2015 interview?
I don't remember no. Well, I don't remember no. I don't remember. I don't know what. I don't know.
So you're saying you don't remember?
Whatever the detective said, I told him. This what I told him.
I want to go back to the gambling house for a moment. Do you remember at the gambling house whether or not vehicles were shot up at the gambling house?
What gambling house?
The gambling house in Lakewood.
What about it?
Do you remember earlier talking about a shooting at that gambling house?
Was I there?
Do you recall telling the detective that you were on this January 11, 2015 interview that you were present at the gambling house when Kel shot up the gambling house?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know if you were there, or you don't know if you told Detective Thorpe?
I don't know. I don't recall nothing about the gambling house.
Do you remember in the January 11, 2015 interview telling Detective Thorpe that he shot everybody's car up, you know what I'm saying? But didn't nobody know it was him, and then he got into it with his girl, and she came back and said it was him?
I guess.
You guess, meaning you don't remember if that's what you told Detective Thorpe?
I don't remember nothing I told the police.
Right. And then, do you recall to tell Detective Thorpe that Thug wanted Kel to pay for his window that got shot up?
Probably so.
Probably, or do you remember telling the...
Do you have an objection?
The same repetition. He answered the question.
Your Honor, not...
The objection, sir.
She doesn't get to then
No. What's the basis for your objection?
improper question from a litigant.
I'm gonna-
A court, if you don't think it was asked correctly.
I'm going to overrule the objection, sir.
I'm gonna do that next one.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Do you remember if Thug wanted Kel to pay for his window?
Is this what I told the police?
I'm asking you.
I don't know. I don't remember nothing about the gambling house.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that Thug wanted Kel to pay for his window?
I do not remember what I done told the police. I just know.
And do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that Thug said you were going to pay for the window?
I guess.
Does I guess mean you remember telling Detective Thorpe, or you don't remember telling Detective?
I don't have my whole thing with talking to the Detective Thorpe was to get him out my face.
So did you tell things to Detective Thorpe that was a lie to get him out of your face?
I don't know. That's a trick question.
Yeah, it's definitely a
It's
trick.
whatever
question.
honest
Dangerous,
question that
too.
you answer that you want to give.
I'm not even sure.
Well, I
she's
told the
gonna
detective
tell.
whatever came to my head to try to get up out of there.
And was whatever came to your head the truth about what happened, or not the truth about what happened?
I don't remember what I told him. So I can't say if it was a truth or a lie. I don't remember what I said to the investigator, but I know
backing herself up. Here.
I don't recall a lot of these things that you're saying. I don't remember.
Okay. Was Nut in a gang?
I don't know.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that Nut?
I didn't know that personally.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that Nut was the big dog, but they big dog, but it ain't they big dog, but he's not over the whole gang, but he's a big dog?
I guess.
I guess mean
I don't remember.
all right. Did you and Nut ever talk about Kel and your issues with Kel?
I don't think me and Nut would have been talking.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you and Nut have talked about Kel?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know what. No, I guess I don't.
So do you remember?
If Thorpe said I said it, I said it.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that?
No, I don't remember. I told you that when Detective Thorpe called me down there and tried to question me, I felt like I walked in and walked right back out. I don't remember sitting down talking to him.
Waiting to see how Hilton's going to make this beneficial. I mean, what is the state doing here? This is going down so many crazy alleys, and he's obviously not credible. So what is the benefit here? I want to see.
Now, during the course of this interview, do you remember if they came in and swabbed you for gunshot residue?
I don't think so. I just remember. I remember he was laughing like, dang, man, the guy ain't even dead long, and everybody already saying you did it. I'm like, I don't know why. And I thought he let me go. I don't remember if they did. I don't remember anything further than I showed him my face and he let me go. So I don't know I don't remember what took place that day. To say facts.
As the interview progressed, do you recall giving more details about the night of the murder to Detective Thorpe?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Let me just ask you this. On the night of the murder, do you remember if Deshaun went to the movies on the night of the murder?
So much going on. I can't. So much was going on. I was all over the place. I don't remember. I can't say what I can't answer those questions because if I tried to, I'd be lying. I wouldn't. I can't really say.
Okay, I understand. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that Deshaun had went to the movies and at some point you had given her your brother's car to drive?
I probably did.
Now, earlier I asked you about a Camaro following you inside of your apartment complex the night that Nut was killed. You said, do you remember that occurring?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that you turned into Carver Homes off of Pryor Road?
I don't know.
And you saw a Camaro and it was flying behind you?
Oh, excuse me. I don't remember what I told Detective Thorpe again.
And that when you turned left, the Camaro went straight, and instead of going to the front door, you went around to the gate?
I guess.
Do you remember telling him that, or you don't remember?
If he said I said it, I said it.
Do you remember telling him that?
I don't remember having a conversation with him. I don't remember what I was telling him when he questioned me.
All right. So the gate card was to Deshaun's apartment, and you were clicking it, and you couldn't go, so you went around front.
I guess.
Do you remember telling him that, or you don't remember telling him that?
I don't remember.
All right. And that you had your brother to call the police. Do you remember telling him that?
I had my brother to call the police?
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that?
I wouldn't know why my brother would be calling the police, but I don't remember if I said that to him. But if he said I said, I probably did.
Do you remember or do you not remember?
I don't remember.
And so do you remember telling him that you saw the Camaro fly to the stop sign and it was going so fast that it missed it, but they turned and left behind? And when they turned left, I was in front of them. Do you remember telling him about the red Camaro doing that?
If a red Camaro followed me and I noticed it, I wasn't gonna let it. I don't remember.
Hey, Ms. Hilton, before we posit more questions, Having a good authority, we need to take a comfort break, okay?
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, given it's so close to lunchtime hour, how about we just have you come back for 1 o'clock, and then we'll see where the afternoon leads us, okay? All right. All rise.
I'm still gonna hold to the fact of you chose this guy. This is your guy. This is what you think, you know, is gonna be beneficial to your case. I mean, there's strategy in everything in life. You know, I mean, I'm not an attorney, but there's strategies in everything in life. And I'd be doggone if you going
All
after
right, ladies
something
and gentlemen,
this
please be
big,
seated. Our jury has left us.
the most expensive.
Before we go ahead and break for lunch, Mr. Short, you can make your motion, and Mr. Matthews, you can make your motion. And I take it that you are making this on the basis of the witness's testimony as to January the 11th of 2015 in regards to the mentioning of your clients.
All right, we'll keep on listening.
Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just for the record, it's my objection and my basis for the mistrial is both constitutional Fifth Amendment right to remain silent, which
You're talking about pre-arrest silence?
well, I was going to get to that. There's the constitutional right to remain silent, but also the statutory Georgia
Constitutional
pre-arrest
privilege? Okay.
well, also the pre-arrest silence
All right.
statutory, and Your Honor, we believe that those questions brought attention to my client's my client exercising those rights, and it was an inappropriate question, and we moved for a mistrial based on the comment on my client's silence.
All right. Ms. Hilton, do you wish to respond to that, and then I'll move on to Mr. Matthews?
I could, you go to individually, Your Honor?
Yeah. Yeah.
As relates to Mr. Stillwell, at the time that I'm questioning
Mr. Copeland.
Mr. Copeland, at the time of January 11, 2015, at that time, Mr. Stillwell was not a suspect in this case, so would not be counted as one of pre-arrest silence. Additionally, looking at Dinkins v. State. Sorry.
Repeat that last thing. Is it Dinkins, you said, v. State?
Dinkins v. State, which is 295 Georgia App 289, which is the 2008 case. A prosecutor does not impermissibly comment on pre-arrest silence merely by showing that the accused's demeanor and conduct during and after the crime, but before an agent of the state questions him and before he knows he's being investigated, were inconsistent with a defense such as coercion or justification.
All right.
Well, the jurors don't know when my client became a suspect or not. So,
Right.
I mean, the effect on the jurors, I don't really see how that's
And that's
relevant.
big.
And cannot further, again, Your Honor, the state's position is we weren't commenting on any of the defendant's sides, but again, to show that Mr. Copeland's demeanor now in court before these individuals versus when he was by himself in a interview room solely with the detective, that his answers are much different. And so that is the state's purpose and reason for talking about who was present with him in the room when he was conducting his initial interviews in 2015.
And Your Honor, just to respond to that argument, what undermines that argument is my client wasn't present yesterday when Mr. Copeland made it clear to the
What do you mean
prosecutor.
he was in the courtroom here, right?
But no, he wasn't present yesterday in some side room somewhere where several investigators from the DA's office and multiple prosecutors were all in a room talking to Mr. Copeland while he was a sworn witness in his case. And he let the state know that what I said in prior statements were lies. And this is the
you were
truth.
disclosed those particular
I
statements.
was disclosed those
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay,
last
all right.
night.
Okay.
But
And before he testified this morning, correct?
yeah, last night.
Okay. All right.
And so, but the argument that, oh, he's changing his story, because he's in front of Mr. Stillwell. Not only is there no evidence that Mr. Stillwell has ever threatened Mr. Copeland or Mr. Copeland is in any way scared of Mr. Stillwell, or any of these other gentlemen, but also the fact that it was disclosed yesterday to the state with none of these gentlemen present undermines their argument that that's the reason for asking that question.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, I'm still going to deny your motion for mistrial. And I'll note that you asked, as I said before, that you posited before the next question was asked, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Matthews, Sr.
Your Honor, as it relates to Mr. Marquavius Hewitt, our motion for mistrial is based upon the sworn testimony that has already come out from Mr. Copeland on yesterday. Mr. Copeland stated that he had met Mr. Huey in 2021. He had indicated that he had met him in 2015, didn't know him in 2015 or anything of that nature. So it's a bad question that was asked in terms of whether or not Quay was there back in 2015. So that's the first point. He did not know Mr. Huey in 2015. Secondly, Your Honor, that places it's a bad faith question. It places Mr. Huey's character in issue, and there's no basis. There's just no basis for that question to be asked. And because of those reasons, Your Honor, we would respectfully ask this court to grant a mistrial as it relates to Mr. Huey based upon those natures. There's just no good basis for that question to be asked. When the witness had testified on yesterday, not to be repetitive, but he testified yesterday, he didn't know my guy in 2015. So how could he have been there in 2015, or did he show up there at the interview with Detective Thorpe in January of 2015?
All right. Thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Hilton.
Your Honor, the question was a good faith basis. If you can recall, yesterday the state asked Mr. Copeland if he knew a number of these defendants. And so what the state did in order to perfect what occurred is asked about every single defendant that Mr. Copeland said he viewed in this courtroom, regardless of time, so that the jurors knew that none of these individuals were present with him at the time. Now, if Mr. Matthews wants to argue at closing argument that was the state shouldn't have asked that because Mr. Huey, he didn't know him, then that's a question for argument, but not a question for a mistrial, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to overrule your objection, Mr. Matthews, and I'll also note on your behalf, on your client's behalf, Mr. Huey, that you have paused the next question before, made another motion before we paused the next question.
And one more thing just to add to the record, Your Honor. And while I knew that the answer was no, the jury did not. And so we had to pose that question. And there's one additional thing I want to put on the record after the close of this hearing, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else in regards to mistrial? All right. Ms. Hilton, what else?
Your Honor, as Mr. Shard just disclosed, the state turned over yesterday an email to all defense counsel regarding our interaction with Mr. Copeland on yesterday in the afternoon. I know Mr. Shard just said that, he was a sworn witness and we were speaking with him in a room without any of the defendants present. The statement from Mr. Copeland was a sua sponte question to us or response to us as we were talking in the room yesterday. And that is why we immediately disclosed that information to defense counsel. But in addition to what we disclosed yesterday, Your Honor, the state also disclosed on Thursday, June 6th, as well as on Monday, June 10th, some additional information that Mr. Copeland has disclosed to us over the last few days. And so we have a copy of that email. We want to put it in the record, Your Honor. And we're going to mark it 400 Yankee.
All right. Okay. All right, counsels, enjoy your, sorry.
I would like the court to look into the appropriateness Mr. Copeland, to my observations around your courtroom, outside your courtroom on Bred's, is surrounded by several members of law enforcement, the district attorney's office, and prosecutors, potentially other persons. I don't know why a sitting witness under oath is in a room with prosecutors during breaks, mornings, afternoons. It's totally inappropriate. There are people who are in your court's door. There's a double door where the court sits to its right that aligns with the witness chair. And I noticed people standing there in law enforcement while Mr. Copeland is testifying. He's making eye contact with them. I don't know if they're his brother. My point to you is this: what gives anybody the right to surround a witness, he's not in custody, and bring a witness? I'm sure Mr. Copeland didn't say to the prosecutors, I don't know this, Your Honor, so if you think I'm wrong, then just strike it from your memory. But I'm sure he didn't say, hey, you guys want to hang out in this room a little while? So I believe that he is being led on a tether by the prosecutors, and it is coercion. It is inappropriate. And why would anybody not be recording everything he said? And why do I have to get it in drips and drabs? So I am objecting to the tactics of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office and whomever else they may have employed with a citizen, regardless of what the court may think of him, what the prosecutors think.
I don't have any thoughts. So please don't put that in. Please don't put that in in the ether. Okay, but that's what you just said, sir.
Ether is
okay.
Clear. The court wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it either. So why is it happening? He's a.
I have no interest other than I'm a referee.
Well, you're the referee who spoke with the witness without my presence.
Mr. Steele, we're not gonna get into that right now.
Well,
okay?
my point is, how is he being treated here? And why don't I have all this? And why is this going on? What an unfair trial for this thing. Think about it. If you were accused, Your Honor, and the judge met with this witness, with the prosecutor, and you sat next to me and Mr. Adams, you would say to us, what kind of case is
Not
this?
letting it go.
Now he's being surrounded with all this law enforcement. My point is,
Your Honor, we're going to object that this.
I'm not going to be interrupted.
Mr. Steele, hold on. No, but you're Mr. Steele? Mr. Steele?
Yes, sir. What?
Okay.
I want to finish. I'm making a record for the court to understand.
Well, Mr. Steele.
I've never been interrupted in a court except for this one. You allow.
Well, you know, but the challenge is in this point in time is that some of the things that you have said at certain points in time are not appropriate.
Not true.
Okay, well that's the court's. The
court is wrong.
Well, you know, you have, everybody has an opinion, and it can certainly be reviewed at the appropriate time. But finish up so you can go ahead and make your record.
Interrupt anyone by a prosecutor or anyone. This is a record. This is important.
Okay, but it's your allegation and assertion, sir. Okay, so. Well, we don't know that. We don't know whether or not they're true.
Going on. Every time Mr. Copeland comes in the courtroom or out of the courtroom, he's escorted by a DA's office investigator. You see that? This court is observant. You're not just sitting there in a cloud. You see exactly what's going on. You hear the prosecutor tell you, we were in a room with Mr. Copeland and he said, why?
Okay.
Why do I have to bring up? You should be bringing it up. This is crazy. This is like communist Russia. Mr. Williams is having the worst trial.
Dang.
So I'm moving again to stop intimidating the witness by the prosecution, leave people alone, and stop accusing. You've allowed the prosecutor Love to accuse me of misconduct.
Oh, but you've also accused her of hold on. You have accused her of misconduct as well. And remember what I told you about your professional responsibility. Remember what I told you about your. And she's going to take me down as opposed to you. So when I start talking, stop talking, please. Okay? I'll let you complete your record. Okay?
I understand the one party talking. I got it.
All right. Okay. All right. So I told you, several times before, I told you and your colleagues, remember your professional responsibility. And let's not make this an ad hominem issue. I don't believe that either one of you are trying to do anything that would subvert your ability to practice law. So, but
Ms. Love has intentionally lied to the court numerous occasions. You do nothing.
Hold on. Let him finish. See, this is Mr. Steele. This is exactly what I'm saying. You cannot. It is not a good idea to state that your brethren across the bar are lying. Okay, in any time or any way.
I don't like
Okay, but don't. So don't. But don't because you don't because you don't have any proof. If you have proof of it, then if you have proof, there's a mechanism in law and under the rules for you to submit that question to the Office of General Counsel and for an investigation to occur. But please stop, both of you. I told both of you earlier, stop making these ad hominem attacks toward one another. Okay?
Everyone gets attacked. You say nothing.
Well, okay, but I've said something. You're going back to stuff that's happened in the past. So while I'm trying to deal with things that are current. So I told you all most recently, as of about a week or so ago, to stop all this. Remember I told you the world's watching you? They are. So please don't from this point on, do not accuse each other of anything. If you want to go ahead and do it, there's a proper way to do it, but don't bring it up in front of me. Okay?
I'm taking a point that this has been going on and it's abusive. That is my point.
That's your assertion, sir, as a lawyer, okay? And maybe your frustration with everything. Like I told you, this trial's gone a long time. There's a lot of wear and tear, but everybody's got to rise above and be a professional advocate. That's what the system demands of you.
I'm not worn or torn. I am here to tell the court that from a objective, casual observer, could see what's going on here is inappropriate.
Okay. At the end of the day, I understand your concern that you have now shared with the court. Okay. All right. State, do you want to respond?
Your Honor, I just ask that the court strike the portions of Mr. Steele's, whatever that was, to the court regarding personal and ad hominem attacks on members of the state's team. Ms. Hilton will address the merits of the initial argument that Mr. Steele made. But as to personal attacks on members of the state's team, we'd ask that assertions that specific people have lied, that is disrespectful, that is unprofessional, and not one time has any such statement been made by any member of this team about anyone else.
I think, Ms. Love, in the past, you've made some statements.
I have never said anyone lied.
You made some statements about Mr. Steele and well, just let me finish. I'm not done. All right. And about several others of your colleagues. I mean, and it may have been the heat of discussion and everything else. Like I said earlier, there's enough blame to go around for everybody. All right. So, but can we kind of stop that and draw things kind of forward? I've had 2 or 3 conversations with everyone about their obligations as professional advocates under the rules. Okay. And that while the court certainly agrees that ad hominem attacks they don't make anybody look any good. They really don't. I mean, but I'm just saying I acknowledge that. I acknowledge what's been gone on in the past. And I ask that you all reflect upon that because, like I said, you can't say some of the stuff that people say to one another can't be taken back. They just can't. So, and that's just something that the court would just have you reflect upon.
Thank you, Judge.
Sides, okay?
And we just ask again that statements like Ms. Love lied be stricken from the record. Those are personal attacks. There's none been made, at least not this day.
I'm not gonna consider your ad hominem attacks. Either one is. Okay.
Thank you.
Or anybody's. All right. Okay. All right. Now.
Your Honor, regarding Mr. Steele's assertions of our interactions with Mr. Copeland, we have not treated Mr. Copeland any different than we would treat any of our other witnesses in the state of Georgia. He is our witness. If he wants to be around us, he can. If he chooses not to, he doesn't have to be. The fact that he's saying we are coercing Mr. Copeland to speak is clearly not true given Mr. Copeland's testimony here today. If we were coercing him to speak, he would answer my questions and I would not have to sit here and go in a back and forth and struggle with him. So clearly we are not being influential on Mr. Copeland given our interactions with him outside of the courtroom. So again, Your Honor, there's nothing inappropriate about the state's interactions with Mr. Copeland. Is the state's witness. We can't interact. We have not influenced any of his testimony, Your Honor. And so we ask that, I don't know if it was a motion, be denied that that was what was being asked.
Being more effective at your influence.
All right. I'll include the state's exhibit 400, the statements of the most recent email that you have disclosed to the defense in this case. For purposes of the record, and I will also, to the extent that I don't think of Mr. Steele. Let me just make sure. Are you again moving for mistrial, or did you make them within your statement? Did you ask the court for a mistrial?
Yes. Based upon the totality of what I said, yes.
Okay, I'm going to deny that motion, and I will also note for the record that it was that the same was positive for the next question. Okay. All right, Mr. Matthews, you're eating up your lunch. Okay, so
I just want to put on the record that based upon my vantage point in the courtroom, I have a unique place where I'm able to see the jury, I'm able to see the witness, and I'm also able to see the vestibule out here. And on yesterday, I just want to be clear that it's not only observed back here, but I have a unique place, and I observe a very large individual standing outside of that door, those two doors, staring at the witness during his testimony.
I know it's a large individual too. There's plenty of large individuals. They're law enforcement, or we don't know, but I know
it's law enforcement.
Well, what's their name?
I know it's him.
Okay, well then we don't know it's law enforcement. But I have the same or better vantage. I have the same or better vantage than you do, and I certainly think that. For reasons that we don't know, that law enforcement stand in that door for security posture, and that's the only reason that they're at that door.
Well, I understand. I'm just putting on the record.
Okay. Well, when this is reviewed, and the court's going to look at what the court saw as well. So if you're thinking that there's intimidation or otherwise, I'm telling you, and I'm putting on the record for purposes of the record that there are many law enforcement that sit in both doors of this courtroom for that reason and that reason only. And unless you can tell me who specifically was standing out there, as you say, and Mr. Steele said, looking at our witness, Mr. Copeland, then I don't see that. Okay? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Briefly, Your Honor, since no one wants to go to lunch with me, I saw the same thing that Mr. Matthews saw yesterday with the large individual.
How did you see him? Your back's to the door.
Are you questioning whether I saw him or not?
I'm asking how you saw it.
I pivoted around and saw him.
Okay. All right.
Because that we've seen people outside that door for 18 months, Your Honor. This person yesterday was glaring through that glass for at least 10 to 15 minutes that I noticed, boring a hole into the witness. So I just want to add that is what I saw. I don't know his name. I don't know if it was law enforcement. I believe it was. I've not seen any other individual with law enforcement do that to that witness or any other witness during the course of the trial.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, this, just so that the record is clear, could they give more detail, because there's no member of the state that fits that.
Yeah, I don't need. He was a gentleman yesterday dressed in black or dark clothing. That's what I saw.
Also, yes, Your Honor, and I don't know. We don't know who they're talking about, what they're talking about. Literally no idea. So the idea, this insertion into the record of the insinuation that someone is intimidating anyone.
I'll also ask Captain Kendall to ensure that only law enforcement are allowed back there in the vestibule, so that that if there's any issue with anybody looking in the courtroom, that is removed. So
Einstein had a little
right.
snapback right there.
All right.
You know, I mean, how could you tell your back is turned? Are you questioning that I saw? Yo, whoa. Dang. Okay.
I don't know whether this is something the court can give an instruction in regards to. I want the folks to just take notice of it. We've had some discussions before about the configuration of the courtroom. There's a lot of folks in here. We've got jurors who are sitting right there on the front row who are closer than they would normally be to the parties in this case. I've noticed over the course of the last number of weeks and months, quite frankly, and I'd like the court to either remind the state or maybe because it could be inadvertent, but maybe they can take note themselves of the fact that sometimes their facial expressions, their reactions, their statements to each other, their conversations to each other are done so close in the presence of the jury that it can't help but impact the jury. There was one time last week where Ms. Hilton was attempting to introduce a document and there was some frustration because there's an objection, and Ms. Love reaches over and says, and I could hear it from there, just show them the original. Just show them the original. And you know, those type of conversations and you know, when someone's upset with a ruling and roll their eyes or makes a facial expression or throws up their hands in front of the jury, 2 or 3 feet away from the jury, can't help but impact the jury. And so if the court needs to just remind the parties that we've got a jury that can be impacted and they need to be a little bit more circumspect, they can do that. Or perhaps my colleagues across the aisle can take note of that themselves and act accordingly.
all right, sir. Yeah, there's not a lot of room, and I wish you'd have brought this up earlier, but I certainly agree with that. I'd advise all counsel to just be mindful of their reactions as the jurors watch everything. Okay. All right. Mr. Short, you have anything else? I know that.
You know.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see y'all back about 1 o'clock. Okay. All right. We're in recess.
All right. We're going to take a break. Yeah. Before we run out of here, get a little break going on. Let me just go back to the issue. This is your guy. You choose Brother Woody in a situation like this, and he's falling apart. I mean, the brother's falling apart. The brother's saying whatever. I mean, he to the point now. My man's like, did you? I don't remember. Did you? I don't remember nothing. Did you? I don't remember nothing. Did you? Yeah, I did it. I don't remember. What you mean? I don't remember. Did you? Yeah, I said it. You remember saying it? Saying what? Do you remember saying? I said who? What? Me? Y'all lock me up so much. This brother. Oh man. Much love. This brother here, man. Golly. But we gonna hang out and let the little break go on. Have a nice little break here. All right, so we'll catch you on the flip side when they kick it back up. We'll drop a little music on you in the meanwhile. Kick back with that. Thanks for joining us.
Ma'am, can we summon Mr. Copeland, please? All right, summon our jurors, please, sir.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Sir, all jurors present? Okay, thank you. All right. Ms. Hilton, we're going to continue with your examination, please.
Good afternoon, Ms. Copeland. All right. So when we left off, we were talking about your January 11th interview. Do you remember during your January 11th interview speaking with Detective regarding several individuals that you texted about you and Kel, about your relation, about the fights that you were having with you and Kel?
You say it again?
Sure. Do you recall during your interview telling Detective Thorpe about text messages that you sent, and I apologize, excuse me, about text messages that you sent regarding this thought that Mo was trying to kill you and Thug?
Yeah.
All right. Do you remember the substance of what those texts were?
No.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that you texted one telling them, bro, it ain't no beef. I ain't stunting y'all niggas?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you said did I text it?
Yes.
I do not remember nothing I said to Detective Thorpe.
So is your answer that you don't remember telling him about this text?
I don't remember nothing I said to him about any I really don't.
Okay. And that you also texted that there's a guy down the road, Mo, he's supposed to kill me and Thug, so that you had 10 minutes on your phone, and that you texted someone and asked, y'all going to kill me and Thug? And you put a laughing like ha 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 emoji.
Basis.
2 reasons. Leading in prior out-of-court statements without a foundation. You ask what he knows.
The foundation, okay, foundation. I'll stand as the foundation once you live on the foundation.
Do you recall sending these text messages back in January of 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe about these text messages?
I don't recall nothing I said to Detective Thorpe.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you received a response back from that text message?
I don't recall any conversation with Detective Thorpe.
I'm just saying you can slow it down, but I'm gonna keep asking you these questions. So, do you recall texting or telling Detective Thorpe that another guy called you and said that those people were just lying?
I don't recall.
All right. And do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that they didn't believe you when you told them that there's really no more beef between you and Kel?
I don't recall.
All right. And do you recall to tell Detective Thorpe that you asked them, or you told them that it's not about you, you wanted to know what they had against you and what have you done to them? You never took any of their girlfriend, you never did nothing to him, and you were referencing Kel.
That's it? I don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you asked, why does he hate me?
Why? Who hate me?
Why does Kel hate you?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Can you explain to me what I don't recall mean? Don't it mean I don't remember, right?
Do you remember any of this?
No. I'm just trying to make sure I'm saying the right thing. I don't remember this stuff.
On the night that Donovan Thomas drove, earlier you said that you kind of drove around. Do you remember saying that earlier today?
I said it?
Yes.
What you mean? I drove around.
The night that Donovan Thomas got murdered, after you learned that people thought it was you, you were just kind of driving around. Do you remember that?
I said I blinked out.
Okay. Do you remember driving around at all?
I remember being at a lot of different places.
Okay. Do you remember any of the places that you went to?
I remember people staring at me like they. I just remember how people were staring at me.
Okay. Do you remember in the same January 11th, 2015 interview, the time Detective Thorpe, that first you went towards Hateville, then you got off the expressway right by the Chick-fil-A?
I don't recall what I told Detective Thorpe.
Okay. Do you recall to telling Detective Thorpe that you went over to Thug's house to see what was going on?
Your Honor, lack of foundation is my understanding.
I stand the objection.
Do you remember going to Thug's house that day?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thug that you went down to Thug's house to see what was going on?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if you talked to Thug that evening after you learned that people thought that you killed Nut?
Can you ask me that again?
Sure. Do you recall speaking to Thug on the night that Nut was killed?
Nah, I don't.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that you spoke to Thug while at his home?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that you spoke with Thug while at his house?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you told that them folks then came and shot Deshaun's mama house?
I don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that his answer was, for real?
That's it?
Yep.
I don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall you telling Thug what I'm supposed to do, bro?
I don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall you telling Detective Thorpe that he said, man, just stay out of the way and let 12 handle that?
I don't recall.
And that's all he kept saying, 12 going to deal with it.
I don't. This what I supposed to say to Thorpe?
Do you recall saying
I'm saying this conversation with Thorpe?
Yes.
I don't recall.
Okay. And then do you recall saying to Thug, like, man, bro, you just saying stay out of the way and deal with that, bro. But these folks, and you also said that Thug know them better than you do.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Do you recall telling that to Detective Thorpe?
No, you gotta say it to me again.
Sure. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you said, like, man, bro, you talking about just stay out the way and let the police handle it and deal with that, bro? Man, fuck that. He knows them better than I do.
This supposed to be what I supposed. This me talking?
Yes.
No, I don't recall that.
Now, earlier I asked you if you remember that if Deshaun went to the movies. Did you tell me that you do not recall if Deshaun went to the movies that night?
I never even heard of whoever you mentioned it.
Deshaun, your girlfriend at the time.
I never dated no girl named that.
You never dated a girl named Deshaun?
Never dated a girl named Deshaun.
Desha?
My baby mom name's Deshaun.
Okay, so it's Deshaun, not Deshaun.
I think that's what I just said.
Okay. Do you recall if Deshaun went to the movies?
I don't know. I don't know if she went. I can't remember if she made it out. Time, everything was going so fast. I can't remember if she went to the movies or not.
Do you recall in that same January 11th interview telling Detective Thorpe that Deshaun went to the movies and that you gave her the car so she can go to the movies?
I don't recall.
And that it was about 9 o'clock.
I don't recall.
Do you remember picking Deshaun up and her friends up from Greenbrier Mall? What do you remember about that?
I had found out they shot her mama house up. And she called me, told me that her mama house been shot up. And I was pissed off. So I asked her to park the car and I was coming to get her.
Why did you want her to park the car at Greenbrier Mall?
Because if anybody would do anything to that car while she was in there, well, nobody gonna get no rest.
And that's fair. Is there a police precinct at...
I'll stand there. I'll sustain the question.
Is there a police precinct at Greenbrier Mall?
I don't know.
Did you want her to park at Greenbrier Mall because of...
Oh, yeah, it is.
And did you want her to park at Greenbrier Mall because of the police station being there?
No, it's an area that... I don't know if it was me who told her or she came up with it. I just told her to park, get out the car. I was coming to get her.
When you went to go get her, who were you with?
If I'm not mistaken, I think I was probably with Moonton. I was with different people that night.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you were with Moontunk, his girl, and his baby?
I don't recall what I told Detective Thorpe.
Do you recall being taken over to Greenbrier with Moontunk, his girl, and his baby?
I know I was with Moonton at a certain time that night. I can't remember if it was, I can't say for facts if it was me and him who went to get her. But I know I went and got her.
Now, Mr. Copeland, after January 11th, 2015, and in the weeks after Mr. Thomas was killed, did you stay in the Atlanta area?
Can you say that again?
Sure. Did you stay in Atlanta?
Still do.
Okay. Did you ever go anywhere after Mr. Thomas was killed?
I went right back to Carver home.
Did you ever go to Miami?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you go to Miami with?
My baby mom and my daughter.
And did anyone pay for your trip to Miami?
We drove.
Where did you stay when you got to Miami?
I think a hotel.
Did you pay for that hotel?
No.
Who paid for the hotel?
I don't get what you asking. You said who paid for the hotel?
Yes, you said you did not pay for it.
Yeah, I didn't pay for it.
So who paid for it?
I guess Young Thug. Yeah, I don't know. I can't say who paid for it.
Did Young Thug offer to pay for the hotel in Miami for you?
No.
So why are you assuming that Young Thug paid for it?
Because that's what I saw when I went to Miami.
So did you go visit Young Thug in Miami?
No. Everybody was screaming my name. A lot of stuff was going on. Homicide detective Thorpe. It was after me. And, you know what I mean? My probation officer, I remember talking to her about it because I had to go see her after I left from being questioned from that. And I was told I need to lay low. And I asked for permission to leave, and she gave me permission to leave.
Okay. So my question is, how did you determine that Young Thug paid for your hotel?
Because I asked him, could he help me? You know what I mean? Because everybody's saying my name.
Said Thorpe was looking for him. I think Thorpe said it was all good.
And I don't know. I can't. You asked me to be honest. I can't say if he paid for something if I didn't see him pay for it or didn't. If he paid for it, I would say he did if I know he did it.
Okay. How long did you spend in Miami?
I don't know. I can't say how long.
Was there anyone else in Miami besides you, your daughter, and Deshaun?
There's a lot of people in Miami.
People that you know.
Yes.
Who?
His family.
Whose family?
Young Thug.
Who in his family was in Miami with you?
I don't know his family.
Who's the family that you remember?
His sisters.
Which ones?
Dolly.
Okay. Who else?
I don't know the rest of their name.
All right. What other family members was in Miami?
His sisters.
So was that it? Just Young Thug and his sisters?
Well, I don't know. I don't know who his people is like that. I just know Dolly, and I heard her say this my sister.
Okay. Outside of Dolly and Thug, was there anyone else that you know in Miami when you were down there?
What you mean? Be more specific.
Sure. Besides Dolly and Thug, was there anybody else from Atlanta that you know in Miami while you were there?
I don't know how to answer that. Like, I don't know what to say.
What don't you know how to answer?
You asked me who down there. I just said it.
Was there anybody else besides Dolly and Thug down there?
There's a lot of people down there, but I can't say. I don't remember who I was down there. If there's better answer.
Was Shannon in Miami?
I think it was.
You said they. I asked about Shannon. Was Shannon in Miami?
Yeah, but now that you said that, I think all them was down there too. Shannon and them. Shannon Liddy.
Okay. Little D from Cleveland or Little D your son?
He not my son.
I know he's not your son, but that's what you said.
You say he's like my son.
Which Little D are we talking about?
The one that's like my son.
Okay. Was Little D from Cleveland down there too?
I can't remember if he was or wasn't.
Okay. Was Yak down there?
Yeah, I think so. I believe so.
Was Montauk down there?
I don't think so. I can't remember if he was down there. I don't remember. I can't remember if Montauk was down there.
Okay. Was someone named Duwop down there?
Who?
Duwop.
How? I don't know who that is.
Was OG Bentley down there?
Who?
OG Bentley.
I can't recall.
Do you remember how long were you in Miami?
I think I just told you I don't know. I don't remember. It was more than a day, if that's what you asked.
Do you remember if you had the interview on January 11th, what day or how many days passed since right there? Do you remember if the interview was on January 11th? How soon after that interview did you leave? How soon after that interview did you leave to go to Miami?
I know I had to report my probation, so I don't know if it was a couple days later. I don't know.
When you came back from Miami, let me ask you, did you eventually come back to Atlanta from Miami?
I most definitely did.
Okay. When you came back from Miami, did anything occur on I-75/85? Did you get shot at while driving a vehicle on the highway?
I was already back when that happened.
Right. So that's what I'm asking. When you got back from Miami to Atlanta, did you get shot at on the highway?
Yeah.
Okay. And once you got shot at on the highway, did you go in and speak with investigators about that shooting?
No, I told my brother to report the car was damaged.
Do you recall going into the Atlanta Police Department on January 28th, 2015 to talk about the shooting on the highway?
You gotta be more clear.
Sure. Did you go and speak with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis in January of 2015?
Can you say that one more time?
Sure. Did you speak with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis in January of 2015?
I can't recall.
I'm still waiting on the definition of recall.
You said you do not recall if you went and met with Detective Thorpe and Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither?
So much was happening. Like, you gotta be more clear with it.
Do you remember ever speaking to Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis in 2015?
Yeah.
How many times do you think you spoke with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis?
I know one time they were following me.
Let me ask you, was the first time you spoke to Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis after you spoke with Investigator Thorpe?
You gotta explain to me. When so much stuff would happen, and I remember out for certain things that were taking place, and the police was coming after me. So you gotta explain to me when they came after me, or what made them call me or whatever. I don't know dates.
Do you remember going to speak with the detectives after being shot at on the highway?
I told you I had my brother to report the car. I didn't talk. My brother reported the car. I never told him. He reported the car. I wasn't in the car.
I understand. I'm asking you a different question. I'm asking a different question. Did you go to the Atlanta Police Department and speak with police even after your brother reported it to the police? Did you go?
So you saying that I just went in the police? You asked me, did I just go in the police and precinct and just talk to them about being shot at? That's what you asking me.
Do you remember going down to speak with the police after being shot at?
I remember being accused of shooting somebody's house up, and the investigators calling me. Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
You got permission to approach?
You may, as long as you've shown that to defense counsel.
But the issue was him being shot at. Just, sound like she could have just said yeah to what he said originally. That's what I'm asking you. Now we got something different happening where he was accused and called him for him shooting. He was shot at and he let his brother report it. It's like a different, what's going on here? But I'm still on this deal with Thorpe. He said it was 5 minutes. He went down. Dude was like, yo, we got bodies right now, still fresh on the street. No disrespect, but you showing up, so it must not have been you, right? So he's saying, hey, it was all good. Then why you need to go to Miami? Because the police are after me. Well, what is that? But again, this is the state. This is your witness. You got your witness just saying some outlandish stuff, and you're continuing to go with it. So, I mean, maybe the flip side is just discredit this guy yourself so that when he gets cross-examined, then when he does say some other foolishness, then everybody knows his credibility is already shot. Maybe that's the backdoor play here.
I'm going to show you
it's the odds of him being good for you
Yankee Bravo
directly
1.
is out.
Do you recognize yourself in
Yes.
that picture? And do you recognize two detectives inside that picture?
Yes.
Do you recognize it to be Investigator Gaither and Investigator Dennis?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state like the 10 to 6 is going to be 378 Yankee Bravo 1 is the evidence.
Any objection to states 378 Yankee Bravo 1? All right. Hearing no further objection, it's admitted, maybe published as you see fit.
Thank you. Mr. Coleman, are you able to read what the date?
Hold on. One second.
I object to the caption on the wording at the top. That wasn't part of what I was showing. I don't believe that's wrong. Never mind. It was.
You have an independent objection to, can I see it, please?
Sure.
No, I should have objected earlier. I'll withdraw.
All right, it's withdrawn. Go ahead.
Mr. Coleman, are you able to see the dates of that interview?
At the top?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, what is the date of that interview?
It's January 28th.
And is that 2015?
That's what it say.
Okay. And is that you on the my right hand of this place sitting across from Investigator Dennis and Investigator Gaither?
Yes.
And again, are you the only person sitting in that interview room when outside of Investigator Gaither and outside of Investigator Gaither and Investigator Dennis?
Unless you don't count the ghost that's in there with me.
Okay. Now, what do you remember about the shooting on the highway? Tell the jury, what, if anything, do you remember about the shooting on the highway?
What you mean?
Were you shot while driving on the highway?
I never been shot.
Was your car and your vehicle shot at while driving on the highway?
Right.
Okay. Tell the jury, what do you remember about you being in a car, driven on the highway, and being shot at in 2015?
Well, I'm driving and I heard some piping, pop, pop, pop. But I ain't think none of it.
Do you remember where on the highway you were when you heard the pop, pop, pop?
No, I was on the expressway riding.
Which expressway?
The expressway in Atlanta.
Which one?
The one in Atlanta.
You got 20, 75, 85?
I don't know the expressways. I don't know the name of the highways.
Do you remember what street you were near?
That sounds
I
terrible.
was close to downtown.
Okay.
That's
Were you near University Avenue exit on the highway?
I was
Yo,
closer
if
to it,
that's
like,
real,
like,
and I'm
yeah,
not
I was
buying.
closer towards,
No way you
Pryor
don't know
Road.
what 20 is. No way you don't know
Do you know that near
75,
Pryor Road is
85. There's no way you don't know
I-75 and
that.
I-85
No way.
near Pryor Road?
I don't know the expressways.
All right.
I just know directions.
There's no
So,
way
once
that
you heard the
are
pop,
from
pop,
Atlanta,
pop,
that you
do you
know
remember
Atlanta,
what
and you don't know
happened next?
75, 85, 20. There's no way.
Yeah, I turned
And
the radio
285.
down to see
There's
was
no
I
way.
tripping.
Okay. And once you turned the radio down to see if you were tripping, what do you remember happening next?
Bullets hit my car.
Was there anyone else in the
Unless you
car with you?
are somehow impaired
Yeah.
to a whole different level,
Me and Ladie.
Anyone else?
which
Oh, I'm
he's
tripping.
above
Me,
that
Ladie, and
level.
Shannon.
And once you heard the pop, 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 and you turned your music down, what happened? What do you remember happening after that?
I got pissed off.
Okay. And what did you do after you got pissed off?
Stopped the car and got out.
Okay. And once you stopped the car and got out, what, if anything, did you do?
Say what?
Once you stopped the car and got out, what did you do?
Nothing. I went home.
How far was home from where the shooting happened?
5 minutes walking.
And is home, are you referencing Carver Homes?
Yes.
Okay. You said that you went home. Do you know where Shannon went?
I said I went home.
Okay. But Shannon and Little D were in the car with you, right?
Yeah, I went home. So,
Did they go home with you?
yeah, they went home with me, but they left. They went wherever they went.
Okay. Do you remember where you were coming from when the shooting occurred?
I think a party or something. I think a party.
Do you remember what
Club,
type?
a club or something.
At this one, do you remember if the shooting happened during the day or at night? Do you recall?
I think it was about to get dark. I don't know.
I mean, you got people that are not even from Atlanta know 75, 85, 22, 85. That's ridiculous.
Now, do you recall if
That's
the
ridiculous.
party you was at was a pool party?
I stand the objection.
Were you at a pool party?
I can't be specific where I was coming from.
Do you know a girl by the name of Bushi? Or Busha?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you know Bushi?
I grew up knowing her. We went to school together.
What school did y'all go to together?
I think King or Southside, one of them. I don't know.
And is King elementary, middle, or high school?
It depends on what you're talking about.
What grade were you at when you went to King?
I was in King. When I went to was in middle school.
And in Southside, is that a high school or middle school?
It was a high school.
Now, besides Bushi, you and Bushi going to school together, did she ever date any of your friends?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah, got it.
All right. And was she dating him in 2015?
That's him.
I'm asking you.
I don't know if they were dating.
Ask him.
Do you
What you
remember
asking
in
me
this
for?
January 28th, 2015 interview talking about Bushi at this party that you went to before your car was being shot at?
I don't recall.
You acting like I'm your witness or something.
Do you recall in this January 28th, 2015?
Sure.
I did what?
More and more the same, man. You know, what do you expect? This is the guy that you put up there to represent, to have your back in a situation like this, high power case. And okay, so again, the potential backdoor play here, right? The potential backdoor play. It's interesting, you know, get some feedback on it. But yeah, so if you know that this guy is, you know, completely falling down on the stand for you, but she's not letting him go, right? I mean, this guy's been on there for days, falling apart, not giving what you needed from the guy, right? I mean, it's the credibility is shot. So what's the play then? Because she's still trying to get something. She's still trying to pull, but you know, are you actually digging a hole for yourself, making it worse for yourself as you're still trying to get the one little piece here and the one little piece there? She's still trying to get stuff in evidence, trying to connect dots. I get that. But at the same time, I mean, even earlier, the defense was like, let him talk. You're interrupting him. Let him talk. So obviously this is not working the way you want. Okay. Even Hilton, when she was given the argument on whether on the objection, she said, yo, you can see, Judge, that this is not working the way we wanted to work. Our influence is not on this guy, right? When they were talking about maybe he's being influenced by people outside the court, et cetera, et cetera. Like, yo, I don't care how much time we spending with this guy on break or whatnot. We're not having the impact. You can see by how he's not answering. Okay. But the backdoor play, he's going to get cross-examined, right? So now if he continues with this saying stuff that he shouldn't say in ways that he shouldn't say, but now he's talking to Sharp and Brother Sharp's like, yo, man, what about this? And my man answers, right? Well, but if he's you're not credible for me, maybe he's not credible for you. So I'm gonna go ahead and just try to keep mining for some kind of gold. And if he continues to fall apart, then maybe it'll go against you when he says something that was good for you later. Might be the backdoor play. Meanwhile, you shouldn't have chosen to begin with. You knew this guy. You've talked to him, you've seen the videos, you see the history. It's obvious that this was not a stand-up witness for you. But you went on anyway. I mean, even from day one, dude was like, I don't want to do it. I'm pleading the fifth. I don't want to do it. Right? So you're grasping at straws. And it's clear. Man. Hey, I hope you got better witnesses than this. For real. And I don't mean hope like I hope for this side of the situation. I'm just saying to make the argument for millions and millions of dollars and years of trial. And this is what you putting up. I'm talking on the strength of that. Not that I'm cheerleading for this nonsense, because something ain't right here.
We may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe my last question was, Do you recall her being at this party that you were at prior to the shooting on the highway with the car?
I can't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that she was present at the pool party that occurred prior to the shooting on the highway?
I don't know, I guess.
Do you remember? Do you not remember?
I don't recall.
All right. Did you know if Bushi had a relationship or friendship with Nut and Nut's family?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall telling police that she knew both families, that she was putting up posters like it was her family? Putting up posters of Nut like
I don't recall.
Were you concerned about Bushi being on the phone at the pool party prior to you leaving the pool party? I can approach about why it's relevant. It'll be a speaking objection.
All right, come on up.
But again, now see, this goes back to I'm not feeling this right here. This is not cool, y'all. Again, you know, we wasn't raised to just show your butt like this right here. So if you want to be disrespectful and that, you know, but the whole falling asleep or, you know, playing the game like that, I mean, man, you know, self-respect matters. Okay. So on one hand, like I said, you know, I feel for homie because obviously it appears obvious and it obviously appears my man didn't come from the best of situations, and that part, no fault of his own. You know, we can't choose the environment that we're born into, and my man is clearly a victim on some levels. Okay, on some levels. Now we can be mature enough to parse it, right? It doesn't have to all be his fault, but I'm gonna blame his little butt for that junk right there when he's being disrespectful, slouching, sleeping in court. I mean, how did he even get up this morning? What did he even put on? Okay, you know, he chose that fit. You feel me? You know, he didn't come. I'm gonna be tidy and spot on, going to court, show some respect. No, he's not doing that. I'm gonna be clean. The camera's on. I'm gonna be clean. But you know that's not court attire. You know your butt ain't got no business slouching. He the youngest cat of all of those people we're looking at. He's the youngest one of everyone that we're looking at, but he tired. He's so worn out. From what? From doing what? And this is one about self-respect. You feel me? Okay, this is me saying that I'm able to parse. I'm able to say that no, it's not all his fault that he was in the environment that he was in, that he came through things that most people have never seen. So you got to give that its place. We don't have to just cut it all out and act like we all started at the same place, because it's just not true. It's not true. There are byproducts of the evilness, the racism, the systematic destruction that happens in the communities. It's a fact. And some of this is what you're looking at. But that don't mean you can't pull yourself up and sit up straight and act like you got some sense. If you don't want to answer, don't answer. But you the one who making the side deals for immunity. You the one saving your butt. You don't want to agreeing, I'm going to say this and say that so that I can go home. Okay, so where's your honor? I'm still saying, where's your honor? So if you're going to be a rat, at least be a good rat. If you're gonna rat, then rat. Okay? But I'm a halfway rat. I'm a halfway act like I'm a rat, but I'm not really going. Okay, well, if you're going to game it out like that, then even do that with some pride. But you sleeping, falling asleep. You know, I'm so tired. I can't even sit up straight. Come on, man. I'm talking about self-respect right now. I'm talking about self-respect. Because I guarantee you bump into my man on the block right now. You bump into my man and he going to have an issue with you disrespected. Well, then show some self-respect. Oh, so if I bump into you, then you going to show me about you a man and you deserve respect. Right? We're going to get into it on a real tip. If I bump into you because you deserve respect. What kind of respect you deserve when you acting like this in front of the world? And again, that's why I'm glad it's a blessing that we have a whole stratosphere, that we ain't just looking at just Woody's activities. We got other cats in here of the same shade that are degreed, responsible, and even if they're not degreed, you're seeing a different stratosphere of the people, of the community, not just him as the sole representative.
Did you see Bushi on the phone at the pool party? Do you remember seeing her on the phone at the pool party?
I don't recall.
Do you remember telling Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither that you did see her on the phone at the pool party?
I don't recall.
Do you remember who was with you at the pool party?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that Shannon was with you at the pool party?
I don't recall.
Now, on the shooting on the highway, do you recall how many cars were shooting at your car?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that it was 2 cars shooting at you, or excuse me, 2 cars with you on the highway? Is your car and another car?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that Boo was in a car?
I don't recall.
When you heard the pow, pow, pow in the vehicle, what did you do?
Thought I was tripping.
Did you duck down in the car?
No, I turned the radio down to make sure I wasn't tripping.
After you turned the radio down and made sure you wasn't tripping, did you do anything with your body?
Did I do anything with my body?
Yes.
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that you ducked down in the vehicle?
I guess. I don't recall.
Okay. Were you able to drive the car after the shooting?
Yeah, I didn't leave it.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that the car stopped working? You tried to hit the gas and it stopped working.
I don't recall.
Do you recall if anyone told you to try to keep going even though the car was stopped?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither, God bless you, Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that he was telling me to go, 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 and I'm like, I can't because the car don't work?
I think the car did stop working for a second.
Huh?
I think the car did stop working.
Do you recall anyone trying to tell you to go even though the car has stopped working?
I don't recall.
All right. After the car stopped working, do you recall hearing any more shots?
Not because I got out the car.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that you heard more shots going pow, pow, pow? You ducked down, but there was some others behind you?
I don't recall, I guess.
Do you not recall?
Don't say I think that's what happened. I think, I don't remember if I got out of the car, and I think another car did start shooting. If I'm not tripping.
Do you remember the two types of cars that was out there shooting at you all?
No, I don't. I thought the people that was with me, I don't remember.
Okay, what were you about to say? You thought the people who was with you, what?
I don't remember.
Do you remember one of the cars being a gray Impala with tinted windows?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that there was, when you looked up, you saw a car, a gray Impala with tinted windows?
Oh, I don't recall.
Do you recall hearing even more shots after those first two set of shots?
Huh?
Do you recall hearing more shots even after the first two set of shots that were fired?
I don't get what you're asking.
Did you hear any more shots while you were being shot at on the highway?
I think I told you what I heard.
Why didn't you call the police? Why didn't you call the police?
Gotta get my lid back.
You want to get your lick back?
I don't know why I didn't call the police.
Okay, well, what did you just say? You want to get your lick back?
I stay in that question.
Was your brother?
See, that's somebody that knows people are listening to him.
Nope.
So he's also saying
why did you have your
things because he
brother
got to
call
go
the
back
police to write
home.
you?
Because
Understand what's going on. He still got to live out here.
But did the shooting happen to you?
The shooting happened to the car.
Okay, while you were in it?
The car was shot, not me.
While you were in the car was shot?
The car was shot, not me.
I understand. While you were in the car.
I stay in the objection.
So
Because he already doing a whole lot of talking to the police. So he can't just voluntarily be like, yeah, first thing I do is call the cops.
It wasn't my car.
Because it's obvious he do a lot of talking to them. He working for him right now.
now, during this interview,
Doing a
did
bad
you ever
job of it,
tell
but you know.
Investigator Gaither and Investigator Dennis about the beef between you and Kel,
Probably so.
What do you recall telling her about the beef between you and Kel?
Probably whatever I could have convinced them to make them believe.
Make them believe what?
Me.
And so were you telling them the truth?
It depends on who listening.
It was Gaither and Dennis.
I don't know. What you saying?
I asked you, did you tell them the truth? Your response was, it depends on who's listening.
I stay in the question.
Did you want to tell the truth to Dennis and Gaither?
I got a very difficult time telling the truth to investigators if I feel they are after me.
Okay, so I'm asking you, in this January interview, did you tell them the truth about the beef that was happening between you and Kel?
I don't know what I don't told them. That's why I'm trying to be careful what I say right now.
During that interview, did you tell them about going to Club Crucial every Monday?
Probably so.
Did you tell them that even when you went to Crucial, you never fought with Kel except for one time.
Me and him never fought. I told you he put his hand on me.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Gaither, fuck yeah, but we never fought? We never fought, not one time. Did you tell them?
I'm gonna overrule the objection, sir.
Did you tell that to Detective Gaither?
If that's what it said.
Do you recall telling that to Detective Gaither?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither in reference to Kel, fuck yeah, but we never fought. We never fought, not one time.
Why I say fuck yeah for?
I don't know.
I'm trying to hear what you said before that.
I'm asking you about that particular line. Do you recall, yes or no, Mr. Copeland?
Yeah, but he knows it's cut off. He knows she's not giving a full statement. Makes sense to me.
Take a comfort break. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take 10 minutes and we'll see where afternoon leads us to that point. All right, we're in recess. All rise.
Yeah, you know, I mean, he's smart to know, wait a minute, what, you know, you giving me half a statement here. But this goes back to the point. If you got enough sense to know that, then I can't let you off the hook on some other stuff you doing, right? If you got enough wherewithal that you can catch when somebody is giving you half a sentence, right? You know, obviously that was a response to something and she didn't tell you what that was. So it was out of context. Now you may not articulate it that way. Oh, you know, that would, you know, you're trying to deceive me. You put something there without the, you know, prefaces. So whether or not he can put it out there like that, he still caught the fact that, yo, there must have been something else there and you didn't let it out. So what else is there? Again, and it sounded clear to me. I support him. That made sense to me. No problem. But it goes back to the point that if you're able to do those types of things, then I can't let you off the hook when you just out here showing your butt, being disrespectful, and not having self-respect in your presentation in front of the world. I got an issue with that. You know, I can't support that. You know, that's just you being a young man. That's just you standing up, right? And again, like I'm saying, we have this twisted model, like you gonna show that you boss and you gonna show, you know, what time it really is and what's going on out here in the world on some street stuff. Like my man was, you know, I get my get back, you know, essentially letting you be known. There's gonna be a problem, you know, she got to get out that car because something happened to her, you know, all these honorable things on one level, right? Because ain't nobody gonna do this to me. Ain't nobody gonna put their hands on me. You know, all this, you know, bravado when it come to in these environments, but there's no crossover to, therefore, I'm also going to be this way when it come to walking as a man, honoring my word, being a stand-up cat in life, representing myself, my family, right? If that's your baby's mama, then you got at least a child. Right. And with this social media, YouTube, blah, blah, this stuff is memorialized. How am I going to turn on one day and watch my dad looking like this? That's my dad. 10, 15 years from now, I'm watching my dad like this in court. See what I'm saying? I mean, where's the self-respect? Where's the understanding and the awareness? But it's just on a street level. I'm gonna hold it down. You know, ain't nobody gonna just take mine. You know, come on, man. Got to be bigger than that in our understanding of who we are, right? This guy is not representing for that code. And again, I'm the one saying I'm cutting him half a pass because it's not entirely his fault. The environment and the things that happened to him and how they happened to him. I don't think he came from the best of situations. And I'm not saying all that is his fault. Now, are there people that rise out of that in spite of? Okay, yeah, sure. Does that mean we dismiss those that weren't able to do that? No. Does that mean we can't let their story be told? There's something to that too. Okay, anybody goes through stuff. There's trauma, okay? The environment that brother was born in, that's around him, there's a lot of trauma. You understand it on that level, don't you? because there's trauma in other communities. Oh, but that's okay that they need help. That's okay that they need to be healed. That's okay that they need services and things like that to restore their mind and to get them back healthy and well. It's understandable over there. Well, what the heck you think is happening to these children who are in these environments where they got stories like, yeah, I was shot at. You ain't got no story like that. If somebody shot at you, you was somewhere crying. And even to bring it up right now, you're going to be shaking and crying. And my man talking about it like he went to Chick-fil-A yesterday. Yeah, I got shot at and ordered some fries, chicken sandwich. Yeah, you know. My man's like, I walked home. And what you do? I walked home. He didn't say he got down and was crying in the middle of the street, crying on the interstate that he don't know the name of. That ain't the way it is. So at least you should understand and give him some slack for that. So I got to do that. I got to, hey man, it's rough out here. But you can still represent yourself and have some honor and some respect and some dignity within your own self and honor within your own self. You can't just pull that out when it come to shooting another person, when it come to fighting another person that look like you. He could be just as abstinent, just as uncooperative, and still show himself well with respect as a man for the time his children are watching this. There's a way to do that too. He ain't got to bring down the house. And when I say just as, that might be debatable, because my man right now is bringing down the house, and it is all a part of his antics. That is a part of this nonsense here, but it amplifies the lack of honor. It amplifies the lack of self-respect, and we shouldn't be all right with that on any level. And we shouldn't let the prosecutors, we shouldn't let the state off the hook for choosing this dude in a situation like this. No. They're culpable. They're a part of this. We wouldn't even know this dude if it wasn't for them putting him up there. You could have let him do what he was doing, whatever he was going to do today. Or, let him tell it, shoot dice in the street, and, whatever he was going to be doing today, let him tell. Okay, well, then let him just do that. You ain't got to have him in front of the world to try to make your case against all these other brothers. But we here now. All right, cool. I'm not feeling that he's doing what you need him to do, and he might just turn his whole thing in a whole different direction when that heat hit him called sharp. When that cross-examination hit him, might be a whole different ball game, brothers and sisters. He might reveal some stuff. And like I said, that might be the backdoor play is, your witness turning against your side, but he's not credible. So, since he can't believe him for us, you can't believe him for them. But the jury, they might not parse it like that. The jury might look at it like, yeah, but he said that to y'all because he was trying to be free, but he still told the truth over there. You see, then where you going to be? Which is why you don't use him at all. Not like this. For days? This guy? Come on, y'all. You see what I'm saying? And y'all supposed to be the intelligent ones. Y'all know 75, 85, 20, and 285, Georgia 400. Y'all know all of that. He's saying he don't know, but you know. And Steele, Sharp, Adams, these brothers, they coming with it. And they seeing all these gaps. So you can't leave yourself this exposed and expect to have a solid presentation. So then what are you doing? My man ain't making sense, and y'all not making sense for using my man. So then what do what's happening here? And like I said, hey, y'all better have some better stuff than this. Now, there have been some, you had some investigators testify, etc. But you know how they gonna roll. They're the investigators. But as far as the regular cats, I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know. I don't remember. That's been the way it's been going. I can't recall. As far as back then, I blocked everything out. This is the way this has been going. If you've been watching this stuff, this is the way these young cats are coming. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember. Nope. I ain't got nothing to do with it. Nope. I don't. Who, what? I got my vision. I got bad vision. I got. I mean, really? Okay. Yeah. And right here, I'm gonna just, during this little break time right here, it is also clear. It's also clear. You're not even hearing as many objections right now, right? Remember earlier, objection, killing the flow, objection. Defense might be saying right now, this guy is classic. This guy is he's messing it up on his own. Let's not stop him. Let's not interrupt. This is comedy. It's working for us, right? Think about it now. Think about it in real time. That them brothers be objecting like hot sauce. They own it. Lately, the last couple turns, letting her talk. They letting this thing go. Why? See, all them brothers smart. So why are they letting it go? And this is what I'm saying. They're not feeling the threat right now. They're like, yeah, let him talk. Let Woody do Woody. Let Woody do Woody. Yeah, shout out to Club Woody back in the day, if you remember that. If you an AU person, if you know, Club Woody back in the day. Anyway, but yeah, let Woody be Woody. Holla if you hear me. So we're not hearing as many objections. So we'll see how this continues to roll out. But the overarching point there, you don't pick a guy like this. The other thing is, yes, we have problems in our communities, and yes, some of our children do turn out without etiquette, respect, wherewithal, blah, 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 living in a war zone. Okay. Living in a war zone. If they have other things on their mind to stay alive every day. And that's not all their fault. But somehow we got to get to a place where, first of all, hopefully that gets eradicated, but also honor and self-respect, because that's not what's on display here. There's some foolishness on display, and he has no problem being proud of it. And even if we check the social media history, right, when they're bringing up the evidence, say, is this your page? Was this your account? But whether it was or it wasn't, look at the images. Look at the lifestyle. You're glorifying stuff that's ridiculous. You and then but you can't even get to Miami the way it sound. Sound like you need help, with the hotel room to get to Miami, but you throwing around big money. When I got it. You see what I'm saying, man? What you do? I'm go to the club, shoot dice, go to the club. Where you at the joint every Monday. Yeah, every Monday, right? You clubbing throughout the week. You make sure, this is your life. And at the end of the day, emergency happened and you feel like you got to get out of town and can't pay for the hotel room. That's what it looked like. Okay. Something wrong with all of that. How is any of that okay? Self-respect, dignity, honor. These are not bad words. Male or female, man or woman. Have some doggone respect, some self-respect. Goodness. And represent for your family and your children. Dress the part. You see? Man, what's wrong with coming in here looking at least to a degree of you have some etiquette and some maturity and you ain't just on the block. Okay. You ain't got to go all the way. You feel me? You know, Matthews, I mean, them brothers suited up for real, for real. Okay, you ain't got to hit that note. But you can come in with the nice button down. You could do that, man. You could do that. And Cass ain't even gonna be like, you sold out. You come in with the nice button down. That's not all so bad. That's not you selling out because you got the nice, you know what I'm saying? But you coming up with these tees and sweatshirts and whoop de whoop. Come on, man. I'm not feeling that. And for days here, they're like, okay, well, I mean, it's finally, judge was like, yo, you got to stand up when the jury, coming in and out, you got to stand up. Because my man was not standing up. And again, I'm not saying that this stuff is, should be reverenced, that the court system should be reverenced. I am not saying you got to bow down. I'm not saying that. Others might say that. I'm not saying you got to bow down because justice don't seem to be blindfolded for real. It don't. So I'm not saying be reverent. I am saying though, a modicum of, give me a smidgen of respect and dignity is okay because it's still respecting yourself at that point and not just showing out for the sake of I can. I think it's all right to have some dignity in a spot. Okay. Don't mean you got to kiss their butt to represent yourself well. You feel me? And he already knows that if he goes to the club, he gonna represent himself well. He already know that if he on the block and something come up, he gonna represent himself well. He already know if there's a young female, he gonna represent himself well. But when it come to, okay, but now you're in front of the world. Well, I'm just do whatever. Come on, man. Come on. And again, obviously you smart enough to know the difference because when she just hit you with that quote and you were like, oh, what came before that though? See, you heard every bit of that. So you are processing. You do know. You're not just totally out to lunch. Well, then I can't give you a total pass then because you are able to see and hear and you are able to do the basics. So when you say you don't know 75, 85 and 20, don't know their names, you're lying. You straight up lying at that point. You ain't from Atlanta, Decatur, nowhere but East Point. You ain't from and don't know 75, 85, 22, 85. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. So that's straight lie at that point. All right, let's get back to it. Agree, disagree, comment, chat, you don't have to agree. Just some thoughts for you.
All right, for the jury.
Pam. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Deputy Hudson, all jurors present?
All jurors present, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Hilton, madam, you may continue.
So I believe I left off talking about the beef with you and Kel. Do you recall telling detectives that initially it was just about y'all throwing money and you throw money on them and they throwing money back on you. That's what the beef initially was all about.
Yes.
Do you also recall Kel being upset that you hung with Boo?
Yes.
Okay. Why was he upset that you hung with Boo?
I didn't ask him.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that he was upset because he believed that Boo snitched on Mo?
Yes.
Yes, you recall telling Gaither that?
I stand the objection.
Do you recall independently Kel being upset with you because you hung out with Boo? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall saying to
What just
Kel,
happened during this break? Because my man
Whatever
coming back with all these
Boo
yes,
had
yes,
something to
yes,
do with
yes, yes. How you remember all of a sudden? Wait a minute. What happened during this break, y'all? Hold on now. My man is just yes, yes, yes. Wait a minute now. Wait a minute. What happened?
This January 28th interview.
What happened during the break, y'all?
Speaking with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about this conversation between Thug and Kel at the Cascade skating rink in more detail.
Can you say it again?
Sure. Do you remember in the January 28th interview talking to Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about the conversation that Kel and Thug had at the Cascade skating rink?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember telling Detective Gaither about that phone call?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither in this January 28th interview?
Sir.
It's a prior and consistent statement.
I'll rule the objection. Overrule, sir. Okay. You may answer the question, sir.
Do you recall? I'll ask the question again. Do you recall Thug and Kel speaking while at the Cascade skating rink in 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall Detective Gaither about that phone call?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember telling Detective Gaither about that phone call?
My word for word?
Whatever you remember.
Oh, I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember first telling Detective Gaither that you and Kel had said that the beef was over? You told Detective Gaither that.
Yes.
All right. Do you recall again telling Detective Gaither in this interview that Kel asked you to call Thug?
Yes.
Man, these
Do you
yeses are
recall
spooky.
what Thug
Spooky.
said in 2015 to Kel?
Yes.
Yes, you remember what Thug said?
I don't recall what was said. I don't remember what was said.
Okay.
I don't remember me talking to the investigators about it.
All right. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that when Kel got on the phone, that Thug said the beef ain't over with until you pay for my window? You shot my window.
Yes.
Yes, you remember telling Detective Gaither that?
I don't remember what I done told the police.
This is spooky, y'all. This is straight spooky. For real, for real.
Let me ask you this. Are you just saying yes now to speed up your questioning?
Most definitely.
Okay.
There it is. There it is. I was on it. I was on it. There
Now,
it
do you
is,
recall
brothers and sisters.
Do you recall?
Wow. Wow.
Independently,
Hilton needs to
after
get him
told
off
Kel,
the
"Beef ain't
stand.
over with
Period.
until you pay for my
Stop
window, you shot
this.
my window,"
Last question. Have a nice day.
that you told Kel what you told Kel.
Yes.
What do you remember telling Kel?
Yes.
So you told Kel yes?
Yes.
Do you recall telling Kel, look, what y'all got going on, this has nothing to do with me?
Yes.
We
Do
just
you
playing
recall
now.
also
This is
that you
comedy.
told
Get
Kel
him off
that
the
your beef with Kel
stand.
is over?
Get him out of here.
Do you recall what Thug said to you after you said that?
Yes.
What did he say to you?
What did who say to me?
What did Thug say to you?
When?
While he was on FaceTime at the Cascade skating ring.
Who was on FaceTime at the Cascade game ring?
Do you remember testifying earlier that you told Detective Thorpe in January 11th that Kel and Thug...
I don't remember what I told the investigator or Detective Thorpe or whatever.
Just making the state look bad, making himself look bad.
January 28th
This is all
interview
bad.
that Thug said, nigga, I don't care about none of it. Look what y'all got going on. You still shot at me. Just pay for my window. You gonna pay for my window. Hey man, I ain't letting that go.
Yes.
Yes, you remember Thug saying that?
Thug said it?
You said yes, so I'm asking you, what do you remember?
Cause I keep telling you I don't remember. You keep asking me questions, so I'm just saying yes.
Okay, so are you saying yes, that's what you told Detective Gaither?
I know I ain't complete school, but I think I'm speaking proper English. I told you, I don't recall nothing I said to no polices. You keep sitting right here asking me the same question over and over and over and over and over. I'm tired of it. I'm drained.
Okay. Well, if you would just answer the questions
I
properly.
am answering the question. You asked me, I said yes, yes. When I say yes, you ask me the same question over and over and over and over and over.
But did you just tell the court or this jury that you're saying yes just to move the process along?
I think I said it loud and clear.
So again, will you just answer the questions and we can move the process along?
You keep asking, okay, yes.
What are you answering yes to?
Your question.
Are you lying when you say yes?
Huh?
Are you lying when you say yes?
Am I lying about what?
Any question that I've asked you so far?
Wow. Now he needs a lawyer. He needs a lawyer for real right now.
I can't be lying because I told you up front that I don't recall.
During the January 28th interview, let me ask you this. Do you remember back in 2015, after Thug and Kel got off the phone, did you speak with Kel any more about that conversation that he had with Thug?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that Kel asked for you to call Nut so that y'all could talk about what his conversation was with Thug?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether or not you just told Kel to just pay for the window?
I don't recall having a conversation with Kel. Me and him would never have a conversation together.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither, so you hung up the phone and me and Kel started talking like, man, bro, it's over, bro, just pay for the window?
I don't talk like that.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that Kel's response was, I pay for a window, that nigga tried me?
Say that again.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that Kel's response to you was, I pay for a window, that nigga tried me?
I said that. I'm trying to understand who said what.
I'm asking you, do you recall telling Detective Gaither?
Overruled, sir.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that?
I don't recall.
All right. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that you said you told Kel you got a problem with Thug, you don't have a problem with me?
You asking me what now?
I'm asking you, do you remember telling Detective Gaither that in response to what Kel said, you said to Kel, you got a problem with Thug, you don't have a problem with me?
So why am I talking to Kid if that was true? I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Thank you. Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither also about the night at Club Crucial when Kel hit you in the back of the head?
I probably did.
Do you recall going in more detail with Detective Gaither about what happened that Monday that Kel punched you in the back of the head?
You say that again?
Sure. Do you remember going in more detail with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about that Monday night at Crucial?
I don't know. I don't know to recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither about the type of money that you had? You had a whole bunch of hundreds and a whole bunch of 20s.
Probably so.
Do you remember saying that, or you don't remember?
I don't remember. I don't remember when they was questioning me. Whatever I said, I don't recall what I said. Okay. It was just I can't repeat what I said because I just said what I said.
And what you told them, was that the truth about what happened that Monday at Club Crucial?
I told them whatever I said to them is what I told them. So when they asked me questions, whatever I thought I wanted to say, that's what I said.
Was it the truth, or were you just making stuff up?
I don't recall what I was telling them, so I can't answer that.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither in a little more detail that you walked up and you tried to dap up Kel, but he did not grab your hand?
I'm not walking up there, nobody up.
Do you remember saying to Detective Gaither, so they walked up, like, is it good, bro? I'm like, yeah, all good. I reached out the other hand, but he didn't grab my hand.
I don't recall saying it.
Okay. Do you recall seeing an individual named Pokey at Club Crucial on this same night where Kel punched you in the back of the head?
Okay, let me make myself clear, right? Because you keep asking me about things I done told investigators in the past. I can't say from when to when, but so much was going on. My name was on everything. The police kept coming to grab me. Every time they grabbed me, I had a different story for them. I know 100% facts, and I'm telling you now, I was not truthful. I was saying whatever they wanted me to say. I was saying whatever I could come up with. I was trying my best to convince them that I didn't do nothing, that I'm an innocent person, and that people put their hands on me. When they ask me about any of these things, you sitting here keep asking me step by step by step by step. And I'm telling you now, because you asked me, was I being truthful? Okay. I know I wasn't being truthful.
So is your testimony today that you lied in every interview that you did in 2015?
See, you, the way you asking that, I don't recall what I was saying in the interviews, but I'm telling you now, when they was questioning me, 2015, 14, whenever they was questioning me, I was lying. I was making up stories. So when they were asking me about this right here, I was making it up. When they were asking me about this right here, I was making it up. And when they was getting me and they would let me go, I'm just telling you.
Do you recall telling every detective?
Every time they got me, I have told the police, I tell y'all whatever y'all want to hear, just let me go.
Do you recall telling every detective in every interview, you got to believe me, I'm telling y'all the truth? Okay.
That sound like me.
Do you recall telling every detective in every interview that you can go fact check what I'm telling you?
Say that again?
Sure. Do you recall telling every detective in every interview that you had in 2015, you can go check what I'm saying so you can believe me?
Probably. I don't know if I said it or I ain't said it.
In some of those interviews, were you in custody? Were you arrested in some of those interviews?
I think so.
Okay. Do you recall telling detectives in those interviews that you're just trying to get out of jail, so I'm going to tell you all what happened so you can check it and I can get out of jail?
Yeah, I told the investigators that I remember, I think, in one of the interviews, they was locking me up and my child's birthday was coming up. And when they got me, I said, listen, man, whatever y'all want me to say, I would tell you right now. Just tell me what to say and I will say it. Tell me what y'all want to know and I will tell you. So if they would have asked me about President Trump, I would have had a story about Trump. If they would ask me about you, I would have had a story about you. Whatever to convince them that I ain't do nothing, it wasn't me. That's what my intention was. So you're asking me about interviews and I keep telling you keep asking me step by 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 step. This is what I did. When they got me on this day and I was going to jail, I try to come up with something to tell them. That's why I can't tell you what I said. I was making it up.
What benefit would it be for you to lie to the police if you were trying not to be in trouble?
I was hoping to convince them so they could let me go.
So why would you lie to convince them?
What you mean? Why would I lie to convince them?
Right. Why would you lie to convince them if you wanted to not go to jail?
Why would I lie to convince them to not go to jail?
Right.
But they don't know that I'm lying.
Well, they didn't let you go immediately, did they?
Sometimes they let me go.
Right.
But when the time they let me go, I thought I was smarter than them.
Did the detective say that they had to fact check what you said before they let you go?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Did the detectives tell you that they had to fact check what you were telling them?
And you know, in certain situations.
Right. And so what benefit would it be to lie if they told you that they had to fact check it?
Oh, it was no benefit because what they did was they picked and choose what they wanted to take from me and they still left me in jail. So they came back and beat me in the butt.
Okay. So going back to my question from January 28th, 2015, did you see Pokey at the club?
You want me to be honest with you? I think I just did. I just told you the God honest truth of what I did from January from 2014 until 2020. Every time they got me, they already know me. They already know I got a whole bunch of bullshit to say.
I'm gonna ask you to refrain from cursing. What harm?
Oh, sorry, everybody. No disrespect. I'm sorry about that. But
overruled, sir. Overruled, sir.
What harm would have come from telling the truth about you and your friends?
Can you explain it?
Sure. What harm? Why would you need to lie if you were just trying to tell them about what you and your friends were doing?
I sustain the objection.
Going back to the January 28th interview, understanding that you said you lied, did you tell Detective Gaither that you saw Pokey in Club Crucial on the Monday night where Kel knocked you in the back of the head?
I don't recall what I said.
Do you know who Pokey is?
Yes, I do.
Who is Pokey?
A friend.
Of who?
Me.
Okay. Is Pokey related to anyone?
What you mean?
Is Pokey related to Thug?
Is he related to Thug?
Yes, sir.
He might be it.
Have you previously told police that Pokey is Thug's nephew?
Well, if I did, then I guess he is.
Okay. Since you're saying that everything is a lie in all of these interviews, in January 28th, did you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Guinness on the same Monday at Crucial that you walked to the kitchen and everyone was looking back and everybody was walking behind you?
Can you say that again?
Sure. Did you tell Detective Gaither on that did you tell Detective Gaither in that January 28th interview that while you were at Club Crucial, that you walked towards the kitchen, you looked back, and you saw everybody walking behind you?
I don't recall what I told investigator, detective, whichever one.
Okay. Did you also tell Detective Gaither in that interview that you put your hand in your pocket, you turned around, and you and Kel were face to face?
I don't recall what I told the investigator.
Did you also tell Detective Gaither in that same interview?
Sir,
Foundation for prior hearsay statement.
I'll sustain the objection. You can rephrase, madam.
Did Kel walk behind you and bust you and hit you in the back of the head, grab you and throw you down?
I'm gonna overrule the objection, Mr. Steele.
Did that occur? Yes or no?
Can you say that again?
Sure. On that Monday night in Club Crucial, did Kel walk behind you, punch you in the back of the head, grab you and throw you down?
No, he walked up to me.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that soon he punched me in the back of the head, grabbed me and threw me down?
No, he walked up to me and hit me in the face.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither what I just asked you?
I don't recall what I told Detective Gaither.
Okay. When he threw you down, do you remember what happened?
I never hit the ground.
What's the basis for your objection, sir? I'll sustain the question.
What happened after he threw you down?
I never touched the ground.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Gaither in the January 28th interview when he threw me down, he had his hands on me and he started pulling at your zipper?
I don't recall what I told the investigators. But after he hit me in the face, I ducked my head and went through the crowd of them.
At any time, do you remember him grabbing your pockets?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that he grabbed your pocket and he was trying to get in?
Nobody never took that from me.
Okay. I know earlier you said your head swelled up. Do you recall any other part of your body swelling up?
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither, another person hit me and say, boom, my eye swole up?
I don't recall saying that to them, but somebody else did hit me.
Okay. Do you remember about how many people were hitting you?
No.
Earlier, you said that you ran out of the club. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither, I was really trying to run, but I can't run because they was holding me? They more or less were trying to take your money.
Nah, I never tried to run.
Are you saying now you never tried to run?
No, I just ducked my head and I didn't run, but I just ducked my head and they mainly, after whoever hit me, after they hit me, nobody else didn't touch me.
Okay. Did they ever try to grab your money?
I don't know if somebody tried to intentionally grab my money, but as I'm going through a crowd of people, I was brushing up against people grabbing me and stuff, but not in a way to actually take something from me that I recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither they were grabbing the money, but they wouldn't get it out the zipper right?
I don't recall what I told investigators.
Now, earlier, do you recall Bloody J fighting outside?
Now I was swole, so I was in the parking lot trying to get in my car.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that Moon Sunk was fighting Bloody J?
I don't recall.
Now, what was your relationship like with Bloody J?
What you mean?
Were you cool with him?
Was I cool with him?
Yes.
I don't know how to answer that.
How would you describe your interactions with Bloody J?
What you mean?
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that you've been trying to help Bloody J get in back with them?
I'm trying to help him with?
Get back in with them.
Oh, I don't know what would take place. I talked to the investigators. I was trying to tell them whatever I think I can convince them to believe. I don't get in people's business to be knowing what they be having going on. But I'm good with coming up with a story.
What would talking about Bloody J have to do? Why would that help you get out of?
Because the investigators they just, I don't know, like they so focused on me. I'm trying to get them off of me.
He can put his words together when he wants to, can't he? When he wants to, them words come together quite well. Quite well.
Earlier, do you recall saying that when you went to speak with Detective Thorpe on January 11, 2015, you went down there because Detective Thorpe called you and told you to called you, and that's why you went down there? Do you remember saying that earlier today?
I believe after they shot somebody, one of my family members, my baby mama house up, that's when the investigators called me. Because they said it related to something. I don't know. I can't really remember exactly, but that's when I went down for questioning.
Okay. And did you go there voluntarily?
What they mean?
Did you go there because you wanted to go there yourself?
I went there because people told me to go there.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that everybody's like, nah, wait on them to call you? And I was like, I ain't want to wait. You know what I'm saying? I ain't do it.
I don't recall what I told them.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither? So they were like, just wait. And I'm like, so I wait, but I kept asking more people because they had shot up my girl mama house.
Most times I talked to the police, they had to come and get me.
Did they come get you on January 11th?
They didn't have to.
Okay, you drove down there you had Moonsung take you down there.
Because everybody was telling me to go down there.
Okay. And Moonsung, didn't you encourage Moonsung to come and talk to the police too?
Say that again?
Did you encourage Moonsung to come and talk to the police?
I think I remember telling him that they said, man, you did it. You need to come in here with me.
And do you remember him telling him, nah, I'm going to wait for them to come to me?
No, I think he told me to give the investigator his number and tell him if they wanted him to call him, if I'm not mistaken.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither? I came out here, I got Montung, and I'm like, you don't want to come in and talk to him, bruh? You know your name in it, bruh. And he's like, shit, I'll wait on them to call me.
I know Detective Gaither she got somebody against me. She making her business to try to get me. So anytime that she trying to question me, I'm gonna spin her every chance I get. But I do not recall what I told her when she questioned me, but when she questioned me, I know she trying to get me.
Okay.
I'm going gonna spin her every chance
Detective
I
Gaither
get.
able to tell you the answers that are coming out of your mouth?
I sustain the question, Mr. Floor.
Does Detective Gaither know what you think, what you're going to say?
I sustain the question.
In the January 28th interview, let me ask you this even before I ask you that. Do you know what the relationship was like between Nut and Thug back in 2015?
No.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither, at least in the January 28th interview, that Nut and Thug was cool?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither, on God, I didn't even know?
Here's your objection. I sustain the question. I'll sustain the question.
I think the question was, back in 2015, did you know the relationship between Nut and Thug?
It's still subject to foundation. I'm sustaining.
But now I'm impeaching him on what he told detectives about his knowledge of the relationship.
I sustained the question before it. You still need to lay some foundation as to how they knew each other in that particular time period, okay? That was the basis of Mr. Steele's objection.
Back in 2015, were you familiar with Nut?
Yes.
And were you familiar with Thug?
Well, what do familiar mean?
Well, you just answered that you were familiar with Nut, so
I sustain the question, inform the
what,
question.
when I just asked you, were you familiar with Nut, and you said yes, why did you say yes?
Because people have different definition of word, things, and I knew of Nut.
Okay.
If that's the same, then I guess.
Did you spend more time with Nut or with Thug back in 2015?
I spent more time with Thug. I didn't hang around Nut.
Did Thug ever speak with you about his relationship with Nut?
No.
Did you ever observe Thug and Nut together?
I never saw those two together. I never been around those two together. No, it never crossed my mind.
So how were you able to tell Detective Gaither that Nut and Thug was cool?
Because they're questioning me and I'm trying to get them off of me. And she asked me questions about Nut and Thug, I guess. And I'm telling her whatever she asked me, let's say she asked me a question about the sky. I'm gonna say, yeah, I seen the sky. It's blue. Whatever she asked me, I'm gonna agree to that. I'm gonna say whatever she asked me. If she asked me about this reporter right here, I'm gonna say, yep, she's sitting outside me with white tennis shoes on. I'm gonna say something. Just because I want her to believe I'm telling the truth. That I want her to get me out of jail.
What, she has on white tennis shoes, don't she?
Don't you got on white tennis shoes? She got on Chucks.
Right, and they white, right?
What color your shoes is? Okay. She got on Chucks.
So you telling the truth?
What color your shoes is? She said they white.
Right, so you're telling the truth then?
Well, it depends. See, you pick what you want to tell them.
So did you also tell Gaither in another interview that Nut and Thug had problems?
Can you say it again?
Did you also tell Gaither in another interview that Nut and Thug had problems?
See? You saying it right there and there.
So my question for you is, how
They
did you
Chucks.
how did you know about any relationship between Nut and Thug?
I didn't.
Earlier, I asked you about the time you spent in Miami. I mean, you recalled you didn't remember. Do you recall to tell Detective Gaither that you spent about a week in Miami?
I don't recall what I told whoever you just said.
Okay. Now, when you came back from Miami, did you have any concern about Thug and you and your relationship?
What you mean?
Did you have any concerns about Thug and you and your relationship?
You asking me?
I am.
Yeah, did I have any concern?
Yes.
I just left on with Young Thug?
Yes.
And what my concern was?
I'm asking you if you had any.
If I just left with him, why would I have any?
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither, so we came back and it was like Thug was trying to get rid of me? You feel what I'm saying?
Had to switch it up.
You had to switch it up.
I had to switch it up.
Why did you have to switch it up?
Because they kept targeting me.
Who is the they?
Investigator Gaither and Dennis.
Why did you have to switch it up to say that Thug was trying to get rid of you? What would that?
Oh, I don't know what I don't. No. Oh, let's go back.
Okay.
Now I said that he was trying to get rid of me.
Yes.
That's what I told her.
Yeah.
I don't recall what I told her.
Okay, you don't recall that. Okay.
Nah, that had to switch it up. That line right there is very telling. You got to feel how that flows in between why he's even there and what's really going on. Had to switch it up.
Do you remember any conversations between you and Thug regarding having a hit on your head?
You said, do I remember having a conversation with Thug about somebody having heat on my head?
Yes.
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that Thug called you and said, bruh, they said I got a hit on your head? And you were like, bruh, you do? And he was like, nigga. And then y'all started laughing.
Oh, you saying that I said Thug had hit out on my head? That's what I'm trying to,
Yes, do you recall?
I thought you were saying that me and him having a conversation and you saying someone else said he had someone else have a hit on my head?
God bless you.
Are you saying that Young Thug had a hit on my head?
I'm saying, do you recall having a conversation with Thug in which you discussed having a hit on your head, was my initial question.
Can you ask me that one more time?
Sure. Independently, do you recall back in 2015 having a conversation with Thug about having a hit on your head?
So it was a conversation, I'm trying to make sure I understand you. It was a conversation I was having with him.
Yes.
And I told him that he had a hit on my head?
Just generally.
I'm trying to see, am I understanding you right?
Right, I'm asking you. I'm clarifying. Do you recall generally just having a conversation with Thug about having a hit on your head? Just generally.
So you saying, I'm trying to, I don't understand you.
Sure.
You saying I'm talking to him, me and him talking, I'm telling him that he has a hit on my head.
No.
That's what I'm trying to see what you're saying.
I'm asking you, do you remember just being on the phone with Thug and having a conversation about a hit on your head?
That's what she was saying, but she backing up now, just trying to get a little bit. She knows she can't get it all right now, so she's trying to get a little bit.
I don't recall, I don't know.
All right. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that you and Thug were on the phone and Thug said to you, bruh, they say I got a hit on your head? Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that?
I don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall to tell Detective Gaither in response to that, you said, you do? And then he responded, nigga, and then y'all started laughing.
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall Thug telling you about any concerns that his family had with hanging around you?
I don't think I said family, but I do remember people was coming to me, telling me things.
Telling you things about what?
I'll sustain the objection.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that Thug told you that they're saying on the street that you and Thug had beef?
No, I don't recall that.
And that you said you told Thug, man, I haven't heard anything like that.
I think I just told you that right now.
Okay. Do you recall Detective Gaither asking you why would people think that he had a hit on you?
I don't remember what I told the investigators.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither, like I told you, because everybody in the street saying I did it, and if they kill me, everybody, it's going to go away. Do you remember telling her that?
I remember that. I remember people coming to me, telling me things that was making me think people was telling me stuff that was trying to people was getting in my head and making me believe things. And I started being paranoid, thinking stuff.
When you were in Miami with Thug, what was his demeanor like towards you? How did he act around you?
What you mean? I was with my baby mama.
Were you ever around him in Miami?
Like, I was there, but we wasn't, I had to deal with my baby mama and my little girl.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither in this January 28th interview, like at first, like we was just chilling, like he was treating me like a brother. But even when I went to Miami, he stood back and stuff. But just like he wasn't happy with me around no more, it felt different.
Again, you bringing up conversation I don't told the investigators, well, I know they trying to get me. So again, because I wasn't clear the first time, obviously, when investigator Gaither was after me, my whole intentions was to get them off of me.
You said that Detective Gaither was after you. Was Detective Gaither the investigator that investigated when you, your baby mother, and your child were shot?
I don't know who was the investigator.
Did you speak with her about that incident when you, your child's mother, and your baby were shot?
When she, anytime I spoke with her, I think she asked me about everything, like this whole thing. So I don't know what I don't told her, what I ain't told her.
Do you recall her telling you that she was the investigator that was going to investigate the incident with you, your child's mother, and your child being shot at?
I'll rule the objection.
What I recall is, I don't know if it was Investigator Gaither, but at one point they was questioning me and they was telling me, do I remember seeing this person right here? As in, they was telling me, this was the person that shot at me. So once I heard them bring up a person name, I started saying, this must have been shot at me. So
we're going to get to that interview, but I'm asking you a question.
I believe that the witness was finished with the answer.
Let's find out. Were you finished with your answer, Mr. Copeland? Or
Can you
just something else you want to say?
yeah. So when they was questioning me and they was like, did you see Tay in the car? I didn't know why they brought his name up, but for them to ask me, did I specifically see Tay? Tay knew I stayed it, so I felt that Gaither was letting me know it was Tay who came to my house. So when she said that, I was like, oh, okay.
Okay, but that's not my question. Was she the one who investigated you?
I just remember when she was questioning me about me and my child being shot at, she brought up a person name to me and kept asking me about it. And she brought up 2 other names, but I didn't know them people to hang together, so I really didn't. I brushed the other 2 names out, and then later they found out that those was the people involved.
Do you remember, and we're going to actually get to that interview
All right.
next, but do you remember in that interview actually you not wanting to tell Detective Gaither who shot you because you were afraid of being put in the paperwork and snitching? Do you recall that?
I recall this, and this is the God honest truth. I told those investigators that I did not see nobody's face. They constantly kept asking, you gonna let dudes shoot at you while you got your kid? Listen, man, it ain't about being afraid of being paperwork or nothing. You feel me? Like, it's not.
Do you recall telling the police that you did not want to be in the paperwork?
I probably did. But if I had to be in paperwork, I'm still gonna be the same person.
Let's get back to the January 28th interview. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that even when you were in Miami, he stood back and stuff? It looks like he wasn't happy with you anymore. It just felt different.
Can you tell me what because you asked me about interviews, a lot of stuff started changing. You got to be more specific because at one point, the police were targeting me so much that I was turning against everybody. I was thinking everybody was out to get me. So when the investigators started asking me questions, whoever they started asking me questions was, they started becoming a problem with me because I started thinking that everybody was out to me. So I can't tell you what I said to Investigator Gaither, Dennis, or any other investigator that questioned me. All I can tell you is that I was in a messed up state of mind, and you asked me about questions that I was supposed to be asked back then. That if I say something, you're gonna say, "Oh, I might impeach him," or whatever the word is you use. When I don't know, I can't answer that.
Independently, did you feel different around Thug while you were in Miami?
Did I feel? Well, I wouldn't ever stay down there a week with him.
I'm asking you.
I don't recall. I don't recall how it was being down in Miami.
All right.
It was a day, a 2, or a week. I mean, now it's a week. Yeah, man, it's all real shady. It's all real shady. But can you imagine that? You and your baby getting shot
During
at.
that interview,
It's not cool, man.
Do you recall giving
It's a bad scene.
Investigator Gaither Moonsong's phone number?
Is it?
That's the question.
To my is that the
After the shooting on the highway.
I remember Moontoon told me that if they wanted to question him about what happened, that it was okay to get on his number and they can call him.
Do you remember his phone number back then?
No, I don't even remember my phone number right. And did I have them?
Okay. Do you recall giving the phone number 404?
Sir, do you have objection?
You told us just give the last 4 numbers.
That's fine.
Okay, all right.
Was it 893? Do you recall giving the number 8935?
I don't recall.
Sound like she's about to get my man's phone number out. Dang. You don't want to be a good witness? I'll get you. I'll get you. I hope that wasn't the case. Dang.
Now, during that interview, do you recall, excuse me, did you, after this was happening, after Nutt's murder and your home and your family's home being shot up, did you have someone purchase a gun for you?
I had someone purchase a gun for me after the homicide investigator said that I had the rights to defend myself.
And was that after your car had been shot at on the highway?
No, I think it was Investigator Thorpe who told me that. So I don't know when he told me that, but he told me that at one point.
And did you purchase that gun yourself or someone else purchased it for you?
Well, someone else purchased it.
Who?
Lady.
I stand question.
Did Little D in this, is this a Little D from Cleveland?
Let's I'm gonna hold off on the ruling on the objection till she poses the question.
Is this the Little D from Cleveland?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he purchase guns for anyone else that you are aware of?
How I supposed to know?
I asked that.
Well, actually, he didn't purchase a gun for me. He had one and I bought it from him.
Okay. Do you recall to tell Detective Gaither that he purchased the gun for you from Arrowhead Pawn Shop?
That's where he said he got it from.
Okay. But it was for you. Do you recall that?
I bought it from him.
Okay. Now, in the shooting on the highway, do you recall
Those are very different
who
things.
was shooting at you?
Buying it from him or having him buy it for you.
Do you
Very
recall
different
telling Detective
legally.
Gaither that it was Greedy who was driving one of the cars?
No. They were doing 100 miles per hour. How you gonna see somebody?
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither it was two cars, the second car, and Greedy was in the first car?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. And she actually confirms, Dennis confirmed, so it was Greedy, and your response was, yeah, Greedy was driving.
Well, no, I probably just said it just because I remember the drive-by. They were going too fast to be trying to do anything.
Why would you say it was Greedy?
I don't have a clue. This is my first time hearing this. I don't recall what I said in them interviews. I told you once they would question me, they could have brought up anybody's name and tell me that what I gotta say about it. I'm gonna have something to say.
Do you recall telling that Little D has seen him in the car?
Huh?
That Little D has seen Greedy driving the car.
We didn't have no conversation about this. I told you it was a turn the radio down to try to see that head. By the time I realized what was going on, the car was all the way in front of us. I didn't notice until the second car, it shot the window. When it shot the window, I was like, what the hell? And I don't know if I told the investigator this, but I thought the car that was behind me was the car that set me up. So I don't know what you're getting at with talking about what I told the investigators.
Who was in the car behind that you thought set you up?
Boo?
Why would you think Boo was going to set you up?
Because I was paranoid.
Why would Boo want to set you up?
I don't know. I said that's what I thought. How if it's a car behind me, how am I getting shot at? I didn't know if they got shot at. I didn't know what happened. I just knew I was paranoid.
When Little D from Cleveland bought the gun for you, did you go with him to the pawn shop?
Did I go with him to the pawn shop?
Yeah.
I can't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gates and Detective Dennis, I can show you the gun I got, the same gun I had when I went right to the pawn shop. My buddy bought it in his name and went right back home. Do you tell Detective Gates that?
I probably did. I'm trying to convince them.
And earlier when you talked about Boo being in the car with you, is that the big Boo, the picture we saw a few days ago?
Big Boo wasn't in no car with me.
Who's Boo?
I said he wasn't in no car with me.
In the car behind you, when you said it was
Yes.
Boo in the car behind you.
Because I was paranoid.
Portion dollars for one more. Now, at the club, excuse me, and Crucial, that Monday night, do you recall who you went to the club with?
I go every Monday night.
That specific Monday night where you and Kel got into it. Do you recall who you went to the club with that night?
I don't recall who I was with.
Okay. Do you recall if Thug was at the club?
Tonight the night I got into it with him.
Yes.
I can't recall if he was or wasn't.
What about Nard?
Which one?
How many do you know?
More than 3.
Were any of the Nards there at the night?
No, not that I recall. I don't. Yeah.
What about Yak? Was he present at the club?
Yeah, I think Yak was there that night.
Was Shannon there?
Was he? I can't recall if he was.
Was Little D from Mechanicsville there?
I can't recall who that night because I've been up there so many Mondays and I'd be lying if I say somebody was there or somebody wasn't there. I don't remember who was there that night about anybody.
And my last question, what about Little D from Cleveland?
I can't recall.
Now, after this interview, did you go and speak with police regarding what I just asked you about, which is the shooting between you, your child's mother, and your child being shot at?
Can you know what you say? What about it?
Did you speak with police regarding that incident?
They came and spoke to me.
Okay. Do you recall what happened the day that you, your child, and your child's mother was shot at?
Yeah.
If you can tell the jury what happened.
My daughter, she was crying. My daughter, she was crying. She wouldn't stop crying. So we take her to the hospital. We came out the door. I seen the car, seen it at the stop sign. I had a gun. The car, they came my way. I stood in the middle of the street. They rolled up on the side of me. They let the window down and they tried to shoot me.
And were they able to fire off any shots?
I believe so.
Where was your baby at when they fired off those shots?
I don't know if she was in my hand or if I put it in the, I can't remember if I put it in the, it happened so fast. I can't remember if I put it in the car or if I had it in my hand.
Okay. And after they started shooting, what, if anything, did you do?
I told my baby mama to get down.
And what did you do?
What you mean?
When they shot at you, your baby, and your girlfriend, what did you do?
I got them up off of us.
And how did you get them up off of you?
I shot back.
Okay. And what happened when they shot back? When you shot back?
I kept shooting.
Okay. And what happened?
I made them crash.
All right. How far away did they crash from your house?
Not far.
Was it about the distance that we are? Or was
No,
it further?
farther.
Was it back to the end of the courtroom?
Probably so.
Okay. Once they crashed, what happened?
I grabbed my baby and my baby mom and I ran them back in the house.
And were y'all able to make it inside the house? Did you go back inside your house or did you go to the neighbor's house?
Well, she left her purse in the car.
Okay.
Well, she left the keys. We couldn't get in the door, so the neighbors let us in.
And once they crashed, did they ever try to shoot at you all anymore?
I started shooting again.
And what happened?
I kept shooting.
Did they eventually leave?
They had no choice.
All right. Did you have to talk to the police about that incident with you, your child, and your child's mother?
Yeah, the police caught me before I could leave.
And did you go down and tell them everything that you just told the jury about what happened?
No.
What didn't you tell the police?
No, I think I did. I don't know. I can't remember exactly what I told them, but I told them that the car pulled on the side of me and tried to shoot me. I think I didn't tell them that, I think I told them somebody else shot back.
Do you recall something that you shot back?
Yeah, I remember. Cause I remember the other one told me, he asked me, did I shoot? He asked me something. I lied and said somebody else was shooting. And then when Gaither came, I knew that she was I couldn't come up with the name that I said was shooting back was a name that Gaither knew I was she knew I was lying about. So when she came, I went ahead and admitted that it was me who was shooting because I knew that I couldn't lie on I couldn't put it on the name that I tried to say.
Do you recall being interviewed about this shooting twice, like back to back?
Can you repeat it?
Sure. Do you remember being interviewed about this shooting with you, and I would just say Deshaun and your daughter twice? One day you were not in custody, the other day you were in custody. Do you remember that?
So when they let me go, they wanted the gun. I told them I'd give them the gun once they let me go. And they went for it. They let me go. And 24 hours later, they had the whole SWAT team at my house, my brother's house.
Did you ever give them the gun that you used?
No.
Okay. Why not?
What I look like.
Whose gun was it?
Clearly mine.
Do you recall telling detectives that it wasn't your gun?
I probably did.
Do you know whose gun you said it was?
I can't recall.
Do you recall telling him that it was Shannon's gun?
No, I don't recall what I told him.
Now, the first time that you went in to go talk about this incident, do you remember speaking with a Detective Curry?
There's so many different polices. I don't know. No, all the names I know is Thorpe, Gaither, and Dennis, and the light skinned lady. I don't know the other people name.
All right. When you first went to talk about this incident, was it with Thorpe, Gaither, Dennis, or was it somebody else?
With me and my daughter.
Yes.
I don't. Well, when I came out the neighbor house to try to get the door key, I looked over. I ain't see no police. When I walked out the door, the SWAT team was already right there, and when they got me right there, it was some investigator right there talking to me. But when he looked and seen who I was, he called somebody. Then they went to jumping out the sky, coming out the bushes, every which way. They questioned me right there. I don't know who it was. They questioned me.
After speaking with individuals at your home, do you recall coming down to Atlanta Police Headquarters and speaking with the detective?
I don't know his name. I don't know who. The person that questioned me, he was engaged, so he went for what I told him.
Okay. And what I'm asking you is, do you remember speaking to that detective down at headquarters at Atlanta Police Department?
I remember speaking with him, but I don't really. I can't say for sure what I said to him. I know he kept saying he want that gun, and I kept telling him, if you let me go, I go get it.
When you had the interview, when you met with that detective, did you meet with, was it you and Deshaun at that interview?
Can you repeat that?
When you went down to that interview, was it you and Deshaun? Did y'all both go to that interview?
Yeah, I made them let her, because why y'all want to question me if it was both of us? Y'all, and I told him, y'all gonna lock me up, just gonna lock me up. But, and he was like, no, we not locking you up. So I'm like, well, why she can't come if she was a victim too? Okay. So he's like, well, she can come.
All right. And did the both of you speak with that detective?
I don't think she spoke with him, but, cause she didn't see nothing.
As long as you show that to the defense counsel first.
Yes. Now, Coach Ryan.
You may, madam.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Stacy with 378 Yankee Charlie 1. Do you see yourself in that exhibit?
Yeah.
Do you also see Deshaun in that exhibit?
Yeah.
And do you also see the detective in that exhibit?
Yeah.
And you're on this, excuse me, this time say like 10 or 6 with 378 Yankee Charlie 1.
Any objection to states 378 Yankee Charlie 1?
No objection.
All right, it's admitted and may be published as you see fit.
issue. Court's indulgence one. Mr. Copeland, is that you in the corner with the white hat on?
Yep.
And is that the Sean sitting next to you?
Yep.
And is that the investigator who conducted the interview?
I guess so.
Now, Mr. Copeland, a few moments ago, he said that he wasn't Gator, so he went for what I told him. What did you mean by that?
He wanted the gun.
Okay, so why would you say that he wasn't Gator, so he went for what I told him?
Because I know Gator know she know me.
Okay, and when you say she knows you, what does that mean?
She know I'm about to bullshit her.
She knows you, and again, watch your language.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
I object to that comment.
It's an adult forum. He can say what he wishes to at this point. What was your answer, sir?
She know I'm about to play around.
Okay.
It's an adult forum. Say what he wants to say.
Now, during the course of
This is wild, bruh. This is wild.
earlier, did you say that you told him it was somebody else, or did you tell him it was you who actually did the shooting?
When they caught me at the house, I was trying to sneak back out to the car and get the door key. So when the SWAT team seen me, and then he wouldn't let me go back and let them know that they had me. So I had to stay right there. So when the police started coming out the bushes and stuff, they still me right then and there. So I told the man walked up on me. I said there was somebody named Tayshun.
Okay. That was when you were still at
The house.
But when you got to the police department, did you tell him?
Before I got to the police department, I think Gaither pulled up at the house. I think somebody pulled up at the house that knew who I was. And they kept saying, Tay who? And I couldn't come up with no Tay that they didn't know. Okay. I wasn't gonna lie on nobody. Like, I wasn't trying to lie on nobody and get them locked up at that time. So I'm just like, I can't lie on these nigga right now. So I went ahead and said it was me shooting.
Okay. And after this interview, were you ever arrested for shooting at the car?
Yeah, I most definitely was arrested the next day.
No. Were you arrested for a probation violation?
I was false arrested. They locked me up for not doing community service when I never had community service to do. Y'all held me in jail for 3 weeks for no reason.
And that was
because I didn't get a police that gun. That's what y'all did to me.
Okay, but were you arrested for the probation of not doing community service?
My probation officer told me she didn't put a warrant out on me and told me that there was something that had nothing to do with her. She couldn't speak on it. So I don't know. I felt I went to jail for trying to protect me and my family.
All right. Did you ever have to plead guilty for aggravated assault for shooting at the car?
No.
Okay.
Ms. Hilton, can I get you and maybe a representative too?
But yeah, and still the brother still did 3 weeks according to him. So, you know, but I'm telling you, man, it's the wild, wild west. So while I'm, talking about how weird and disrespectful and lack of self-respect my man is, presenting himself in a poor light, at the same time, this environment, you come up like that where you're getting shot at, you and your children are getting shot at, you and your baby mama getting shot at. I mean, come on, man. That's a whole different way of living. And he's going back to that, right? From what we know, this is still what he still has to be faced with. So you have to get some deference to that. You know, we can't just dismiss all of that. And normally when he has these little quick sidebars like this, the judge, it's because they trying to figure out how much longer and they're going to wrap stuff up or they're going to make the break or something like that.
We have reached
It's typically how he does that. See? That's how he does it.
Go ahead and recess you all until tomorrow. Remember that this Friday, I have other unrelated business in the morning, so you won't need to report tomorrow until 12:30. And then we'll start up somewhere around 1 o'clock, and then we'll work until somewhere between 4 and 5 o'clock. Okay? All right. Mr. Copeland, we'll see you tomorrow at 12:30. Okay?
Peace out.
All right. Thank you.
Brother man said, peace out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury, any ministerial inquiry of me at this point? Okay, all right. Let's go through your nightly admonitions and then we chat here, okay? Remember to leave your notepads in the basket. Do not take them home with you or any other place. Remember, as you are seated back there in your headquarters or jury deliberation room, as you go to come here in the mornings or leave in the evenings, or as you take comfort breaks and lunch and other places where you're together as a corporate body, or even if you're in ones and twos, remember that you are not to discuss this case in any way amongst yourselves. All right. Remember, you cannot recap, review, handicap, or otherwise consider or weigh the testimony of any of the witnesses thus far, or begin any such thing that might be considered your deliberative process. Remember, you can only do that when the court properly instructs you on how to do that at the appropriate time of this matter. Okay. Remember as well, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot seek any advice from any third parties or third party sites, like for example, any reference materials, Google, any other reference sites that you may think may aid you in your understanding of what you've heard so far. Remember, you can only consider what's been lawfully presented to you within the four walls of this courtroom during the trial of this matter, and you cannot consider any outside sources. Those include any recaps or any other testimony or any other commentary about this trial or anything such as that. That would be you would be forbidden from listening to that. You can only consider what's been presented in this courtroom. Remember that if any third party should try and reach you by any means, manner of communication, that your duty and responsibility would be to let myself and Sergeant Ingram know immediately. All right, and then remember, ladies and gentlemen, I told you as well that you've heard a number of scenes or you've seen maps of maybe that may depict different things. You cannot go by any of those places. You cannot do any sketches. You cannot take any pictures, and you cannot share any outside information you may or may not know about any of those places with anyone. Remember, you can only consider what's been presented to you lawfully in the four walls of this courtroom. And then lastly, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience, and thank you for your attention that you've given and will continue to give to this matter. And unless you have any other ministerial inquiry of me, 12:30 tomorrow, and we'll get started by 1 o'clock, okay? All right. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Our jury has left us, and Mr. Copeland has left us as well. All right, any ministerial inquiry of me before tomorrow morning at 12:30. All right, hearing none. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you tomorrow at 12:30, okay? All right, we're in recess.
Another day in the books. All right, so we understand how this is rolling out, and a couple little recaps. My man, it's really sad. It's really sad to see cats looking the way they looking, acting the way they acting, present themselves in this way. But again, the state shouldn't have put him out there like that. This shouldn't be a guy. You should never, put this. You knew what you're dealing with. You've been watching the videos, you've been having a conversation, you've been seeing the interviews, you know his history, you know his record. Now, you got him out there putting stuff out and you acting like it's the first time you're hearing it. But that's your fault. If he's been swindling, hustling, prevaricating, if he's been doing all of that all the time, and you saying, oh, because you said it, then therefore it must be the truth. And my man get on the stand and tell you, nah, because I said it don't mean it was the truth. Because I told it to that person don't mean it was the truth. And your whole thing is to get me to admit that I said it. Well, even if I said it, I'm telling you now that even if I said it, it wasn't the truth. What you gonna do with that? So you shouldn't be hanging your hat on this guy and his testimony, but that's what you're doing. Okay, well then, that's the bed you're gonna sleep in. Because my man's clearly not the guy that you should be having as much confidence in. So, and now another day. So you still are pushing and pushing and pushing day after day after day. You're still pushing. You still got this guy out there when you could have just shut it down. Like, it's enough of this, right? You're not doing what we need you to do. We're giving you the immunity, quote unquote, and you're not holding up your end of the bargain. We're not getting what you need, what we need. You're not specifically saying something opposite. You're saying, I don't recall what I said to them, whatever. Yes, no, maybe so. It's no good. It's nothing for the jury to hang their hat on. So then why are we even doing this? But Hilton's soldiering on for what? I mean, is it the backdoor play we were talking about? Maybe, maybe she knows that when Shar gets up, does this cross, he's going to nail this guy. And then the guy is going to slip up and say a whole bunch of stuff that the state doesn't want him to say. So then they can go back and say, well, we already proved that he's not credible. So what he just came out with, obviously that's not credible either. So that kind of back and forth. But the risk of having this guy on for days with this foolishness is ridiculous. And I'm going to go a step further to make sure everybody's clear, because I've been holding the same theme all day. Yes, we have environments in this country and around the world where people are living in war zones. And it sounds like he was one of them. And that does have an impact. And we should not. I don't think it's wise to dismiss that and act like everybody has the same opportunities. Everybody has the same start in life. So there are certain levels of things that he is not responsible for where he was born. And how he had to fight and how he had to live and how he still may have to go after this thing called life. So I give deference for that, but only to a certain degree. Okay. But I'm not like others who are going to just try to dismiss the whole thing as if environment doesn't matter, or having a stable family, a stable home, and not worry about getting shot at every day, being shot at, being imprisoned, doing these types of things, living this type of way, being in this environment. I can't say it's 100% a person's fault. But can you dress the part at least midway? Can you present yourself with some kind of etiquette and honor and respect? And you say, oh, well, you're just saying he doesn't know any of these things. How's he going to do that? But this is what I'm saying. This is that's why I can't go all the way. I still got to say, but if you were in Piggly Wiggly right now, and he thought you did something disrespectful to him right now, you're going to have a problem over respect, over his honor, over his dignity, over his manhood, right? So he's going to be ready to fight you right now, potentially, or this type, but you're not showing it right now. You're not showing the same respect for manhood, this respect and honor for who you are and holding it down. So you pick and choosing when you hold it down and how you hold it down. And that's part of the trap. So the only time I can hold it down is when I'm beating up somebody look like me or shooting at somebody look like me. Come on, man. That's ridiculous. How about just for the fact that I have children and one day they're going to see this and I'm going to present myself in such a way that they can be proud of how I held my head up. the honor I had. And like I said earlier, even if you're going to be a rat, be an honorable rat, if that's possible. You feel me? If you've decided to cut a deal, then do your part. You cut the deal, you're going home, okay? Then where's the honor? You're going to be a rat, then be a rat. But at least have some honor there. So if you cut the deal, then how you holding up your end of the bargain here? You feel me? And if you're not prepared to do that, then don't cut the deal. Or at least present yourself in such a way like, yo, I'm really trying to game all y'all. Okay? I'm gaming all y'all. And do it strongly, right? I mean, hey. But this guy falling asleep and acting like he's sleeping in the middle of the session and all this kind of stuff. You know, I'm not for the extra, okay, that just diminishes your presentation of having any self-worth. That's the level I'm on, okay? So again, I am not saying that you're supposed to reverence the court to the traditional degree. I can't advocate that because we've seen too many times that our justice system is broken, unfortunately. So, you know, I can't be like justice is blind, so therefore go and kiss the feet of the court. You know, that's just not, I don't know if the history says it's worthy of that. All right. So I'm talking about you as a young man, though. You feel me? And at that point, there's got to be something in there, something inside of you that says, I can sit up straight here. You know, I have to act like I'm 2 years old in front of the world. That I don't need to do. I can present myself in such a way, right? I can at least make an attempt to dress professionally in this environment where I'm gonna be amongst professionals. I mean, just something inside of me that's gonna have me doing these things. You feel me? So, you know, it'd be nice to see that. This is what I'm saying. So on one hand, I understand, I give him some deference for environment, how people, you know, have to fight, come up the rough side of the mountain. I can't hold him, you know, accountable for all of that. But I can say, fix yourself up, man. Have some self-pride, have some dignity, have some honor. Sit up straight, you know, do your part. And if you're going to be a rat, I guess at least be a good rat. For real. Or don't put yourself in that situation. Or don't have yourself agreeing to something that you're not going to do. But whatever you do in this world, I mean, you know, talking about some self-worth, self-pride, some honor. Golly. At this point, what is he good for? He made a deal to be a rat and he's not even holding up his end of the bargain. I mean, what it sounds like to me. Oh, you know. And the honesty thing, you know, I mean, he's letting you know he'll lie to anybody to save his butt. So there's no credibility there. So then why is Hilton continue to press the issue? Why is she going to continue to go day after day with this guy? You know, I mean, if their case is that weak where you need to keep pressing this guy, you're still trying to get the right thing from brother Woody. How jacked up are you that you need Woody so bad that you got to have this dude for days to try to get across your point, to get your evidence in? This guy, this is what you need? Oh, heck nah. You know what I'm saying? I mean, as soon as this thing got rickety-rockety, it should have been like, all right, man, get this guy out of here. Let him go back to shooting dice if that's the case. According to him, you know, what he likes to do. Let him do his thing. We don't need to get this guy out of here. For real. But obviously, you feel you need this for some reason. You need this. Well, dang. Oh, well, you know, this might be a rocky road for the state. If you need these guys who coming at you like this, and even in spite of the deals you cut, I don't know. I don't recall. I don't remember. I don't know. I blocked everything out. You know, all this. Hey, at some point, something gotta, you know, the jury's gonna have to say, wait a minute, we can't trust these witnesses. So then where's the evidence? Where's the overwhelming proof at that point then? How have you reached your burden? Because, yo, you can't trust this. All right. Appreciate y'all hanging in there, and we'll continue to go forward. Let it do what it do. Something is off with that, though. You know it, and I know it. So we'll continue to ride that wave, ride it together. You have a great day.